Hello, everybody. Pop Culture Curator here. I apologize for the delay tonight. I know not only are we a half hour late, but I'm even tonight's movie is in honor of our good friend Nemesis of Eden for his birthday, and then lo and behold, I didn't even send him out the link until now. So, Nemesis, if you're listening, I just sent the link on your Twitter, and I'm going to send it in the public stream post if anybody wants to join us tonight. Tonight, as you guys, I'm sure you saw from the title, we're in the 1990 movie Tremors, which I think is a fantastic movie. I appreciate Nemesis of Eden recommending it because it's a fun movie. It's definitely a crowd pleaser, and it definitely holds up to the test of time. I just watched it again recently, and it is definitely, in fact, I think they're still making sequels. I lost count how many. So the first two or three movies were actually pretty good. Hello, Resolute Germ. Welcome to the panel. Good to see you there.
Hi, how you doing?
Hanging in there. By the way, everybody, there's going to be a little bit of delays on my voice. I've been a little ill lately. That's why I missed last week's streams. So I'm going to be a little short of breath. So I'll do the best I can to keep talking tonight. Gorilla's Random Thoughts graciously volunteered to handle the chats for me. So you're going to hear my voice come and go. Happy birthday, Nemesis of Eden. Good to see you. How are you?
Oh, I'm loving life. Thank you so much, Bob. Good to be here.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm so sorry we missed last week. But this movie is so great. I think we're going to have a blast tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
Man,
All right.
It's a great franchise in whole, not just the one movie.
Wait, there's more than one movie?
Like six movies.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
and a TV series.
Yep.
Well, they tried to do a TV series, but it was rejected by the network. And it was too bad because Kevin Bacon was willing to come back to do it.
No, they had a TV series on Sci-Fi Channel.
Oh, interesting. Well, I guess that's not the one that he volunteered to do then. If it was on Sci-Fi Channel, that speaks volumes.
No, it is like
it was probably
20
terrible.
years after. 20 years after the fact.
Any stars in it from the movie?
Burt.
Michael Gross, probably, right?
He's in everything.
I don't mind him. He does a good job as the character. You guys will see tonight if you haven't seen the movie. Hopefully most of you have. I think he does an astounding job. I was reading how when they filmed Tremors, he basically stepped right off the set of that crappy sitcom, was it Family Matters, whatever that is? And then the very next day, he stepped into this role here. And I think he did a fantastic job. That just shows a testament of great acting. I guess the producers originally did not want him after seeing that sitcom. They thought he would be too soft. But once he did the screenplay and they saw that, he convinced them. And I'm glad they did that. This movie, that's another thing, too. Is not only is it a great movie, not only does it have excellent monster effects, not only are the monster effects practical, but it has an outstanding cast. So I think it's very entertaining. It even has, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the guy from Big Trouble in Little China. And of course,
the guy who plays Walter Chang.
Right. And yes, exactly. I can't remember his name in Big Trouble in Little China, but yes, he owns the store here. A very, very endearing actor. What's that?
Egg in Big Trouble Little China.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I think he had another name, but I think that's what Jack Burton called him, isn't it? Kind of like a little racist thing. Okay. Thank you. Well, you would know. You guys just watched it the other day, right?
Yeah. That's not a good movie. But
you didn't like it?
It's a good movie.
Oh, okay. Definitely a cult classic.
Yeah.
But
I had to make that dig though on my thumbnail though.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Yeah, but it was Victor Wong who was the actor.
Yes, that's it. Because I was remembering he has an American type first name and a Chinese last name. And that's what was getting me confused with the character name from this movie tonight. And I do recommend the sequels up until about, I think it's number 4 when they bring on Jamie. I can't remember his name, but he is horrible. The movies take a
believe that's the
bad
fourth one.
dive.
Or the 5th one.
4th or the 5th one. So you'll know
The 4th one
Jamie.
is Back to Perfection, which is the prequel.
Yeah, it's in the past with the pacifist Burt Gummer ancestor.
Yeah.
Anyways, his ancestor is a pacifist. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, well, like anything else, it gets like Trek. It gets weakened down sequel after sequel. So pretty soon there's not much left, except in name only. But all I know is like, that's it. Jamie Kennedy, loathsome actor, character, all around. He reminds me of that horrible guy they threw in Superman 4 with Lex Luthor. And it was like, oh my, in fact, I wouldn't even know better. It's probably the same guy. So yeah, avoid, if you look at the titles and you go to watch the sequels, which I do recommend, at least the first, second, third, maybe the fourth. But as soon as you see where it says starring Michael Gross and Jamie Kennedy, don't bother. Because that will taint your idea of the entire franchise. Those movies are so bad. Okay, so first of all, not to ignore everybody in the chat, but I wanted to say hello. I've had a lot of you guys patiently waiting, and I want to let you know that I appreciate it. Not only like I said, we were half hour late, but you guys even waited longer on top of that. So NemesisOfEden, thank you for joining us up here on the panel. I apologize for getting you that link late.
No worries.
I was like trying to feed my dog and cook dinner at the last minute. And Lemon Pie says, no problem. Good to see you, Lemon Pie. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you want me to take over? So
Actually, that would help. I need to drink something. Thank you, Gorilla.
Yeah. Lemon Pie says, gives me time to alphabetize by soups, chicken noodle, Mind Stone. I never even heard of that.
Minestrone.
Oh, Minestrone, what the hell's that?
Well, it's a soup. It's not one of my favorites, but it's a soup.
Okay. Canadian Spider-Man says hello to all of us.
Hey,
there.
Canadian Spider-Man.
Hail, Plax.
Spidey. Good to see you,
Yeah.
Spidey.
Yeah. Hail, Plaxord.
Hail, Bloxard.
Wow, what a turnout. Good to see you, Plaxord. Thank you.
Must I be within Pacific perimeters to enjoy the stream? I think you'd enjoy it better if you're outside the Pacific area.
Yeah, if it's really late for you, you guys, I apologize. We'll try to get through this relatively quickly tonight. I know Pleasant Valley Picker is going to be dropping in eventually, but he's working later tonight.
Okay. Lemon Pie says, Plaxord, I am not Pacific time and I haven't been ejected yet. Keyword I'm putting in there is yet.
Yet.
I don't eject people that easily. It takes an awful lot before I do that.
Oh, we know.
For sure.
Yeah, we know from the stream a couple weeks ago.
Unfortunately, and I hate having to do that to anybody.
Yes, Lemon Pie says, hail Canada Spider-Man.
Canada Spider-Man.
Back in freezing cold Canada, no longer in warm Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
Plaxard says, thank you, Lemon Pie, for the assurance of quality. I watch Timer. Lemon Pie says, all time zones are welcome. It's an inclusive stream. Hello.
That's right.
Yeah, Plaxard says, I am quite wary of those buzzwords. Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
Right.
Plaxard says, Tremors is one of these fun monster movies which revolves around character personalities and reactions to unprecedented occurrences. Then Resolute says, hello. Plaxard says, hail, Resolute Germ. Nemesis says, hail, Plaxard and Resolute. Is this the franchise as a whole or just the first movie? I only watched just the first one.
This is just the first movie. We may eventually cover the second or third one here in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd definitely be down for that, for sure.
Yeah, but even the second one holds up pretty well.
Oh, it's so good. Oh yeah.
It is. You missed the main cast, but Michael Gross carries the movie well, so I still like it. I never thought I'd miss Reba McEntire. Well, he is, but I never thought I'd miss Reba McEntire. I loved her character in this movie so much. And I'm not even a Reba McEntire fan, but she did such a great job.
Oh man, she's amazing in this movie.
Oh, you spoiled it for Gorilla.
Oh, sorry, Gorilla.
No,
He
I
fell
don't
in
remember.
love and
You didn't know that was her gorilla?
That was Reba playing the blonde.
No, the
No, no,
redhead
no.
with the guns. The redhead with the
is
guns.
the
Oh,
wife.
Bert's wife.
Bert's wife. Okay, that was Reba. Okay.
Have
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
never
very cool,
seen
isn't
her
it?
TV show?
I remember she had it, but I
No.
didn't watch it. I'm not a country western fan.
I've listened to her music, but I never watched her TV show.
I watched the TV
Yeah.
show. It was fine.
She
Okay.
did this movie, and then she also sings a song over the ending credits.
Okay.
She sure does. It's a good
Black-
song too.
Yeah, Plaxford says, "Hail at Nemesis of Even. Happy, happy, happy."
That's right, everybody. We're
Thank
here
you,
to celebrate
Blackbird.
Nemesis of Eden's birthday. Michael Gross is Bert. I completely agree.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
sure is.
Yeah, you
He's
just
the
got
only
the-
character to
Paranoia.
be in all the movies and the TV series.
Yeah. Thanks a
Well,
lot.
I think he
Plaxford.
realized the golden egg when he saw it, so it was smart of him
Yeah.
to attach himself to the franchise.
Oh, thanks, Plaxford. You got that song "Happy, Happy, Happy" from Rugrats stuck back in my head. Thank you very much. I don't know how
Rugrats.
many
I thought
times
that
I
was
had-
Ren and Stimpy, wasn't it?
Oh, they probably did one too, but Rugrats did
Well-
one where they go to a restaurant there. I had to watch it with my 2-year-old there, where they go to they're going to some concert there, and the car gets a flat tire while their mom's sitting there calling around trying to get someone to come change the damn tire for them. Angela sneaks into the restaurant there. They mistake her for the restaurant owner's daughter, so she's getting all this food, like hundreds of dollars worth of spaghetti and all that stuff, until the restaurant owner finds out. Then he loves the whatever group it was, and the whole time they're singing happy, 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 happy. Oh,
That was probably around. Sounds like it was made around the era where a lot of companies were afraid to sing "Happy Birthday" because they thought it was copyrighted, only to find out that it actually wasn't. So now they're able to use it.
okay.
Yeah, it's so bizarre to think of how many different versions of Happy Birthday there are from like the 90s and 80s. It's a weird concept.
Right. Anybody who who visited restaurants, oh my God, how irritating! Every restaurant had their own rendition, and it was horrible.
Well, you think in a restaurant setting it wouldn't matter because no one's filming.
That's not bad, but they would yell really loud and they would clap really loud because they would get the entire attention of the entire restaurant to stare over at the person.
Oh,
And I always saw
You
it.
think
Everybody that
that's
I knew.
bad? Try being one of the poor sons of bitches who have to sit there and clap.
hey, no, I'll take your clapping. And
I would mime it.
Hey, I'll take your clapping and raise you to have to be volunteered to go out and sing it.
Oh no! I would mime it and I would lip it. I wouldn't make a single sound.
Well, I got like the nights I was meat cutting, I got volunteered, but if I was doing dishes, they didn't want my dirty ass out there.
Oh, good. I bet you that. I'm good. That was one night. It was
Good
good
for
to
you.
do dishes.
They pulled people from the back where I worked. Yeah, all
Yeah, I
the
remember-
servers, everybody in back, you had to just stand around
Ugh.
the kid, clap, and sing.
I
Yeah,
hated it. I hated it.
help.
Whenever I had a birthday, I told people, I said, "Don't even try. I will leave. It's not going to end up like you think. I will embarrass all of you, and I will leave."
Yeah,
So fortunately, I was spared.
yeah. Ours was uniform staff only. So, but anyhow, Plaxford says Frank Woong, not Frank Wong.
Frank Wong.
Yeah, he gave a capital O. Yeah, all right. So Phantom Boomer says, I'm a huge fan of Fred Ward and Kevin Bacon and Victor Wong. Phantom Boomer says, howdy to Katie and Alien Spider-Man. Your streaming elements claims it's running. But it's like,
Hopefully.
but Stream Elements is a government worker, only works half the time.
That's right.
All right, and Lemon says, hail, Germ and Phantom. Phantom says, hail, Plaxord, Lemon Pie, Nemesis, Pop Culture, and Gorilla. Hail to you, Phantom Boomer. Hail, Lemon
Absolutely.
Pie.
Great to see you all.
Hail. Nemesis nailed what I sound like, Canada Spider-Man. Phantom says, hail, Resolute. We got a speech bubble. Fan Boomer says, hello to Captain Finity. Oh, Captain Finity. Hey, welcome, Captain Finity.
Hey, okay,
Hail.
Infinity. Good to see you.
Yeah, I would have streamed tonight, but I ended up with the dirt for a help expert. So maybe depending on how late this runs, I might do like quick half an hour.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping to have it I usually try to keep it under 3 hours or so. So we'll try to get through it relatively briskly.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally speaking,
So
we do really well. It's just it's either at the end we start talking about other stuff, or we go off on tangents once we finish. So
yeah, yeah, I'm gonna
if
try to
we
rein
make
in
a
the
solid,
tangents tonight.
All right.
yeah,
Sorry,
well,
go ahead.
tangents are okay. It's just like if we once we end the stream as soon as things are done, and if we want to start an after stream where we can just talk about whatever, we should do that. Just so we have like a nice tight 2 to 3 hour. This is Tremors. This is what we think stream versus.
That yeah, that's what Gorilla does. He ends the stream when the topic is over, and then people just stay in the back room and chat. But unfortunately, that leaves out people stay in the back room like the four of us and talk. But unfortunately, it leaves out the people in the chat for any
Yeah.
of those that
No,
want to
no.
still hang
So
around.
I like
that's why we start a whole new stream, an after party stream where we can talk about whatever.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
like
true.
to keep
People are
my
up to it.
That's too
Yeah.
hot for YouTube.
Yeah, I like to keep my mind to what the title of the thing says as much as I can.
So do I.
Yeah. Oh, we got some more people in here, but Plaxer says,
All
"Hail
right.
Cap Affinity." Lumpai says,
Hail,
"Hail Cap."
Cap.
And welcome Jedi Bill 797. Says my aunt
Hey,
Lisa
Bill.
Romanoff worked on this film and as a special effects coordinator. I am not lying about this.
Well, very
Cool,
cool, Jedi
Bill.
Bill.
Okay. Blackstar says, "Hail Jedi Bill 7." Resolute says, "Hi Jedi." Hello Pop Culture Curator. Then hi Jedi
Good to
Bill.
see you, Bill.
All right. I do. No matter. I know this is. You're really killing me, Smalls. Here with this. I have another automatic A for this movie. This is two nights in a row. I don't know what you're doing to me, Pops, but it's killing me over here. It's really hurting. Like I'm in a lot of pain for this, though.
Well, I can tell you're giving an
Oh.
automatic. Yeah, judging by your avatar, I can tell you're giving it an A.
Oh, I forgot to change that.
That's okay.
But did you look at my? Did you look at the? I have a thing underneath there that said it says on it. But if any movie screams America, it's this movie here, especially with the gun. And this is a perfect example why we need our 2A there. You never know when a giant worm's gonna come crawling out of the sand. That's why you need your elephant guns, and that's why you need your 50 cal belt feds right there, right here. This movie.
That is
Thank you for
correct.
reminding me.
Maybe a couple sidewinders along with it.
Well, the
Thank you for
sidewinders
reminding
wouldn't
me.
do
Yeah,
anything. They don't penetrate the ground.
exactly. That's so true. So true. But thank you
Unless
for
we're talking
reminding me,
about the
Bill.
third movie when they start flying.
Isn't that the second one? No, that's what they have legs. That's right. I had to think.
Yeah, the second one is where they have legs, and they're like, yeah, that's oh my god, the second one is almost better than the first one.
Yeah.
It's the
The
one I've
third
watched
one's a bit
more.
iffy.
I think they did start tending more towards CGI, though, leaning more towards CGI.
No, there was still a bunch of there was more CGI, yeah, but there was still a bunch of it was a mix of small scale, regular scale, and CGI, and they did
Yes.
really well. It wasn't to the point where it's like, so the points
Obvious.
are obviously notable, but like you can't have like 30 or 40 little fucking tremor raptors running around as actual puppets. That would be
Right.
expensive.
Hey, LDG. So good to see you. Glad you could join us.
Hey, LDG, good to see you, bud.
It's actually a shame. This movie did fairly well at the box office. It's too bad the sequel was not released at the theater as well, but everything after this went straight to video. But
Well,
they still
I
did
thought
well.
this one failed at the box office, and it was only because of the VHS tapes and the rental industry
No.
that it got
Well,
a
it
cult
did.
classic.
They did. They released this up against, well, no offense to anybody, but I can't stand Tom Cruise, and this went up against 4th of July. So that's the only reason why this movie did not do as much as it could have. The studio should have rearranged it maybe for a week or two before or after.
Yeah, that's
And I
pretty
never
stupid.
saw 4th of July, and I have no plan on seeing 4th of July. What is it,
I
Tom
don't-
Cruise?
I've
5
never
foot
even
It's
heard
a
that.
great
two?
goddamn movie. It's a great
Well,
goddamn movie.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be like a war vet. And he's like 5'2". I find it hard to believe.
Hey, there were tiny war vets. Look at oh my god, Buddy from
Audie
Hacksaw
Murphy.
Ridge.
Well, Audie Murphy
He's a
was
real
short.
person.
Well, to be
Anyways.
fair, in half of that movie, he doesn't have legs.
Well, neither did the movie. No, just kidding. Just not a fan of Tom Cruise. I think it's his ego. It's like his ego enters the room and then Tom Cruise enters the room. And I never really got over that. Same reason why I don't like Will Smith. Okay, so I think we're about ready to get started. Now we've already wasted almost a half hour, but I know it's not a waste. It's always good to get caught up with
was born
everybody.
on the 4th of July.
Congrats.
Congrats.
Nemesis of Eden, I hope you had a wonderful birthday.
Oh, it's been a fantastic day today, man. Went out. You know you're old when you buy yourself art for your birthday. You're just like, oh my
Oh,
God.
yes. I know how that is. Yeah, especially when you're the only one buying yourself birthday presents. At least that's how it is for me.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's generally how it is for me too.
No, you know you're old when you don't want to go out for your birthday.
We don't want to go out.
In that case, I've been old since I was maybe 12.
I always had to share my birthday with my sister because we were born one day apart. So I hated my birthday. So I usually made it a habit of never telling people about them.
Once you hit a certain point, it doesn't matter anyways, right? It loses its sparkle.
It does. You're not a kid anymore. You're not special.
You're not right? Something. You're just counting the days until the grave.
Right.
Exactly. I still feel like I'm like, I don't know, in my 20s, but a smart 20-year-old. I don't know. It's hard to explain. You know, we all feel young, even though our bodies clearly don't.
Wait. You feel young until you try to stand up and you hear your knees pop.
Dude, my shoulders, my knees, my back. Yeah.
Hey, Nemesis, wait a second. You know a smart 20-year-old?
No. No, I don't. That's like when you go to the club or a bar and like you see a really hot one and then you start talking to them, you're just like, oh man.
Hey, be
like
careful.
A decade makes a huge difference mentally. You're just like, oh
yeah, days have changed.
I was like that once too, though. So I mean, I get it. Like,
yeah, you gotta be careful with that going to looking at the younger ones in the bar there, because well, I know a person there. He learned the hard lesson about let's just say fake IDs.
Well, yeah, of course you gotta be smart. Be smart about it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't risk it with my own.
Well, no, he picked up a girl at the bar, and well, she wasn't even 18.
Ooh, no, she shouldn't even been in there.
But she was drinking at the bar.
Well, and that's a catch-22, right? Because it's like obviously someone didn't do their job properly, and then he paid the price for it. Like, but it's hard, man. Like, I ride the C train to work, and like it stops by the university, and I swear, like it's obvious because they're all just like kids who just got out of high school, and you're just like, man, it's just so weird now. I feel so old. I'm just like, oh,
yeah. You're thinking if they knew, right, what's ahead of them.
Yeah,
that's right. Tremors and whatnot, underground worms. They're gonna get eaten alive, metaphorically.
Right. Meanwhile, let's see if we could start this.
Yeah, let's get this. I'll read the chat as you're pulling it up here because the chat's getting a little restless here.
I know, right? Jedi Bill, I feel you, buddy. I feel you. 25 hours later.
Yeah, yeah. Phantom Boomer's waving at Jedi Bill here. And hey there, Jedi Bill. He says hi to me. Flaxer says preparation is half the battle.
Yes, it is.
Battle. And LDG says great movie. Welcome to LDG. Hey, he says had a little lemon pie. He says the cute get it more crazier after every seatbelt. I think LDG's been drinking. Yeah, Bill says, hey, to Pickles there.
Have one for me, LDG.
He says,
yeah, me too. I wish I could drink tonight.
Dude, I gotta work tomorrow morning.
Okay, this is what he meant. They keep getting crazier after each sequel. Damn voice recognition. Well, that's your entire problem there. That is, you use voice recognition. Voice recognition can't read anything, and my computer's is going on a spasm here. So, Plaxter says, "Born on the 4th of July."
Not too serious. Cool. Yes, that's the name of it. What did I call it? 4th of July, I think.
You did. Yeah. You called it right.
Yeah, it's called Born
on the 4th of July.
No, the movie 1989 is Born on 4th of July. Oh, We mixed that up.
Oh,
We
My
totally
apologies, Walker.
we dropped the ball on that one. Fan says LDG, free the net, howdy.
Howdy, Fountain Boomer.
And Jedi Bill's getting restless here. 25 hours later, they finished
I
talking
know.
about Tremors.
Sorry, Bill.
We're only at 25 minutes, and we're starting to talk about Tremors. We're doing pretty good.
We are. And it's not boring, so I think we're going to have a great time.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm really excited. I've got it playing in front of me with subtitles on, which, for those who haven't seen this movie with subtitles on, it's one of the best renditions for subtitles because they place the subtitles over the actor who's saying it. So if there's multiple people in the scene talking, they'll put like one over Bert and one over Heather, and it'll be like blah 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 blah. So you know.
You got a
Is that
different
the
version than I got.
Blu-ray? Yeah, my DVD
I got
doesn't
the
do that.
attack pack, which has the first 4 movies.
That Blu-ray or DVD?
It's a DVD.
Gotcha.
I got the 6-pack. They didn't do it on that one.
Oh, brutal. And I was all excited. I'm like, oh, this is the first time I've seen this. This is fantastic.
And I hope you
I
guys
think
are
that
okay
was
with
an accident.
Yeah. And this was for you,
And hope-
Nemesis. I don't even
Criterion edition. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can even find the.
Criterion releases some of the best editions of movies. They're fantastic. And they also do a great job of restoring a lot of old movies.
Oh, the franchise.
They have their own channel now, in fact.
Yeah. Welcome, Skogly.
Hello,
Hail,
Skogly. Hail, good to see you.
buddy.
Alrighty. So now they just need to hit the gas here.
Okay, so we open up with Kevin. I'll get you Valentine, or they call him Val in this movie, pissing over the side of a ridge, which is kind
a
of
beautiful
a
map
foreshadowing of the end of the movie, which I thought was kind of cool. It is, and this was shot in Nevada. It takes place in Nevada, and I believe it was shot in Nevada.
I thought it took place in Arizona.
And by the way, the original title was not. I think it's Nevada. If you look it up, I could be wrong.
Okay.
But the original title of this movie was Land Shark.
Yeah,
and they found
that's
out
right.
during production that Saturday Night Live already had a skit with Chevy Chase. Yeah, so they decided to dump that. Thank goodness, that would have been terrible. We wouldn't be talking about it today if it had been called Land Shark.
Oh,
Well, do you know why they called it Tremors?
I hope
Paul?
you guys don't.
Hey, we were both
Why?
wrong slightly.
They were hoping to like tie it into the recent earthquakes in Japan at the time, so they called it Tremors. And I'm just like, wow, way to capitalize on like an international disaster.
Yeah. According to Wikipedia here, principal photography took place around Lone Pine, California, in the isolated community of Darwin, California, which the crew liked because of the similarities to the fictional town of Perfection, Nevada. So I'm guessing
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because that's the same place that they filmed scenes from Firefly.
Okay.
It's a very
cool.
popular desert.
It is.
Well, it makes sense because there's a lot of with the scenery the way it is. There's a lot of potential.
Yeah, nice.
So now
big
we
and
have
empty.
we have Kevin Bacon zipping up his fly. Thank goodness.
Oh, what more could you want in a movie? 2 drunk rednecks.
What's funny is he didn't want to take this role in the first place because he was coming off those teenage movies like Footloose and all that garbage. So he thought this was going to taint and ruin his career. But he needed the money because he had just gotten married and he had a newborn child.
They do what
And
you gotta
apparently,
do.
right, during the filming, he brought his wife with him on the set. And of course, they stayed there in trailers. And apparently, he kept suffering from nightmares. He would grab his wife and pick her up and then run out into the night. And she'd have to wake him up. So I don't know if the movie was causing that or not. And there's a great shot of him picking his butt.
You would
And a great
notice that.
establishing character.
Victor Wall.
I'm guessing Bob was the Cody's
Stampede
fumble.
Earl, man, he's bouncing up and down.
Right.
Oh man, like you want to talk about having nightmares? Poor Earl, jeez.
No,
I
that's
know it,
just an
right?
ass. No, that's just wake up, kick his ass, and go back to bed.
Oh, dude,
Well, he shouldn't
right?
be.
Just like
Well, he shouldn't be sleeping so late. It looks like it's high noon. So maybe they
Well,
maybe
not
they
necessarily.
went
It's
on the
probably
night
like
before.
7 a.m. They're out in the desert, right?
Look at
Sunrise
wait,
is early.
hold on. Look at the jacket. The sun's shining directly down. If you look at the shadows where the arm of the jacket is. So this
Oh,
is
my
definitely
phone,
around
hang
noon.
on.
Spend the night
Attention to-
drinking. A high noon is 7 a.m.
That's fair. Well, and they're handymen, right? It's not like they got anything to do out here.
Right, that they even say so, right? And they do drink beer, so who knows, right? Ed Ward is astounding in this movie. Great chemistry between
Oh,
these
he's
two guys.
amazing. He's
And
really
here's-
good, and he
and
he and Michael Gross are the standing force in the second one.
definitely. And here's where
Oh,
he said it
Ariana
scared him.
Richards.
Who I believe plays the love interest.
No, Ariana Richards
Eh.
is the little girl who plays Mindy, and then she went to play Lex in Jurassic Park. So this poor little girl has like been chased by underground worms. She's been chased by Tyrannosaurus Rex and raptors.
The first Jurassic Park?
Yeah, like Jurassic Park.
okay.
Jurassic Park.
Right, the little blonde girl. There was the boy and the girl, so she was the girl.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, we got. A few
I did like the
chats
first
here.
Jurassic Park. Go ahead, Gorilla. Thank you, sir.
All right, Skogler
Oh,
says
thanks,
happy birthday,
Skogly.
Nemesis. And Plaxford says hail. Plaxford says friendly dolphin. And Jedi Battle says it was Nevada. I can just hear him screaming it. Plaxford says singing Telegram. And here's the link to Jedi Bill's channel. Watch parties, reviews, karaoke, all that fun stuff. And Plaxford says
Definitely check out Jedi Bill's channel.
method acting gone too far. Plaxford says 11 C's tea time. And Herc says,
Time
well,
to crack
welcome,
open a
Herc.
beer.
And Herc says, hi and hello to the panel. Welcome, welcome. And then Plaxford
Hello,
says,
Herc.
Hail, Herc.
Here's they're talking about a stampede, and Earl's saying that it spooked him when Val was shaking the truck.
Yeah, because he was in one.
Yes, and we all know the name BB Besh, right?
No.
Dr. Carol Marcus. Dr. Carol Marcus from Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. She plays the doctor's wife in this. She's the one that goes down in the station wagon.
Oh,
Okay.
brutal. Okay, yeah, she was great. That was the first scene
Yeah,
I ever saw. No context to Tremors, was just that scene. I was like 7 or 8. I was like, what the fuck? Obviously, didn't say that, but
Yeah.
yeah, burned into my memory for sure.
Yeah.
No, that's
Hey,
really
Pop-
cool.
Yeah, it was great to see her. It was she was kind of stiff in Star Trek II, so I think she did a great job in this movie.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Yeah,
a big
she was the only one
character,
with
big
brains out
role,
of the
but it was
two.
good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pop culture, if you start mentioning names, just assume I have no idea who you're talking about because I don't recognize names very well.
Well, that's why I did match it with the character, Dr. Carol Marcus.
Yeah.
I'm sure we all know who she was, right? Can I?
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. Yeah, I know who that is there, Carol.
So they are making small talk and waiting to start their day, talking about how they have very few jobs lined up. And whose turn it is to cook breakfast.
That's right.
I did it yesterday
Coming
with
down
bologna
to
and
paper
beans.
rock.
Real
Nuh-uh.
high
It was
class.
eggs, over easy.
Hey, can we just take a moment and that's a fantastic salt and pepper beard he has.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
he's
Fred
got
looks
it
great in this
right.
movie.
Yeah,
Yep.
he has
And he's
that
in good-
yeah, it has just enough gray, just the right amount of gray in it to show.
And when you think
he's
about it,
serious.
And you think about it too, that this movie requires a lot of physical activity. Physical activity from him for his age, so he's in pretty good shape.
Well, you can tell for sure. Like even Kevin Bacon there, despite his effort to, hammer in the post, which is coming up, is in good shape.
Yes.
He better be. He was awful young at the time.
Yeah.
Well, he was just gotten off Footloose and all that crap. So he had a lot of
Yeah.
exercise. Sorry if anybody likes Footloose. Didn't mean to insult you.
Hey, man, to each their own.
Executive producer Gail Ann Hurd. Very, very excellent producer. One of the few, no offense to anybody, but one of the few women in Hollywood that could turn out a really good movie, like The Hurt Locker, for example. And the script writers, fantastic. I think the script is excellent. By the way, they're the same guys who wrote Short Circuit. If any of you guys have seen Short Circuit 1 and 2.
Can't say I have.
Ooh, I highly recommend it, especially because it's getting ripe for a remake.
Yeah, definitely watch Short Circuit.
Yep, great movie. Once again, outstanding mechanical and practical effects.
Good to
And
know.
here they are in their redneck Jeep, headed towards the freeway. And of course, they're talking about their next job is garbage. And they're broke with $3.
Yeah.
Another thing this movie
Yeah,
does is,
they'll
I
buy
think,
the
is a
morning
great job of
beer.
establishing all the. Right. They do a great job of establishing all the characters in this small town. I think that's great. You really get to know everybody. They flesh out the characters.
What makes you care about them, right? Especially so it makes. Well, I mean, personally, I don't think there's many characters who die that I'm just like, no. Maybe Walter.
Well, the little boy.
What?
But he
What
finally gets
little
his
boy?
comeuppance eventually. The little boy who kept crying
Melvin?
wolf in this movie.
Oh, Melvin's
Yes.
awful. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just a terrible
Yes.
character. He's
Yes, he is.
He'll get his eventually.
yeah, for sure. I
Yes,
think
he
it's movie
does.
3.
I love the
Yeah.
way Bert handles him, and it's so hilarious. They're close to the end.
Oh yeah, he plays him like a fiddle, and it was great.
Yes.
Oh, and where Val's like, oh, new college student, supposed to be a girl, and he's like, oh, she's gonna have blonde hair,
Right.
green eyes,
Yeah.
legs that go all the way up.
Yeah, they must have had good eyesight because I didn't even see the person out in the field there when they decided to go.
Well,
flying out
no,
the
they didn't see her either. He's describing his perfect woman. He has pictures up above his visor. Pictures, by the way, of different women that he stitches together in his mind to a perfect woman.
Well, I'm assuming those were all his ex-girlfriends, and they all look the same because he has a type. Stupid
He's
blonde
just willing
bimbos.
her into existence.
Yeah.
Right. Mary is describing her, of course. Of course, you can't get away with that these days. Usually hit the brakes, and there she is, not looking exactly like he had imagined.
Oh, so they're just driving. And she just are they even on the road anymore?
Oh no, he drove straight off the road to go see the girl.
Yeah, I didn't even see
they were
her
on
out
the freeway.
the field.
No, they saw the truck, and that's when they were talking about look, there's a new geologist. Or in fact, they didn't say geologist. They couldn't get the name right. They called her everything but that.
No, they said it's the new student, and they're like, "What's his name?"
Right.
And he's like, "No. What's his name? Graduated."
Right,
And he's like, "Oh, so it's the new one." And then Val is like,
Right.
"Oh, it's supposed to be a girl," and like drives off the road to go see this chick. And I'm like, "Attaboy." I mean, whatever. I get it.
And they can't even remember what the last person was. So they call her I can't remember, but they call her everything but a seismologist. So it isn't until she introduces herself, which she actually is, and she explains that she replaced the last one that graduated. So this is her first day out there. Photography, of course, he still doesn't know what he's talking about. There she is correcting them. Like they really know what that means.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna catch up on the chat here real quick. Here.
Thank you. Go for it.
Plaxer says, "Card down, please." Then Herc says, "Hail, Plaxerd." Fat Boomer says, "Herc 130, man of many avatars." And then Herc says, "Hail, Fat Boomer. I forgot to change it. Be right back." Then here's Resolute Germ's channel for his Saturday morning cartoons.
Check out Resolute Germs channel, everybody. There's a link there in the chat.
Yep. Then there's Plaxer says Johnny 5.
95
I
is
put
alive.
yeah, I put the StreamYard link in there again. Captain Finity says cut loose, foot loose.
Everybody cut foot loose.
Yeah, here is Skogley's channel. There.
God, everybody was playing that Kenny Loggins song. It was like, oh goodness.
Yeah. Then here Phantom Boomer says my first Fred Ward movie was Time Rider with the wonderful Peter Coyote as the lead baddie. Are we the baddies?
He died at a relatively young age too. It was sad.
Yeah. Are we the baddies? God, I want to watch that movie sometime. Herc says hail to Captain Finity. Herc says Phantom Boomer. I met and talked to Peter Coyote for about 30 minutes, and he was awesome. Such a nice and genuine person. Very cool dude. That's pretty nice.
Or you could tell he was. You could tell he was a nice. Yeah, you could tell he's very unassuming. Unlike Kevin Costner, I'll put that jab in. Kevin Costner, the other one who's got one of the biggest egos in Hollywood. I was listening to Midnight's Edge earlier, and they were talking about which movie tanked his career, and they're not realizing that his ego is what tanked his career. Between the Waterworld and the Postman, I mean, his ego just was way over the top. And of course, Kevin Bacon smiles. And here's what she says. She's there to monitor the seismographs. They don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
But I like it that they already start giving out information about the movie immediately. So they never recorded anything like this on their seismographs. Of course, and Earl, I'll ask around, see if anyone's heard anything. Like he really knows what she's talking about. Like anybody's going to know anything at this point. They're just humoring her because they want to get out of there. And he's always nice towards her, too. I like the smiles that he gives her without being creepy.
Well, he just does.
He's playing defense for his friend.
Yeah, 100%. He's the wingman. He's trying to hook Val up this entire time. He's like, dude, like, stop going for these blonde idiots. And here's a girl who's, like, smart and, like, out in the field and, like, yeah.
Right. The kind you'd rather bring home to mom than the blonde with the legs that go all the way up. That's the kind of girl your mom would be like, what'd you bring that home for?
Yeah.
And she realizes she has
to drive to Reno to pick Val up after she rolls him. Because I guarantee you he had to do that a couple times.
Oh yes, that's what they call them, shills. I actually used to have an aunt that worked as a shill in Vegas. Disgusting. So here they are heading out, talking about what they're going to do next, and realizing they don't even know what she was talking about. And they're making small talk. And they're talking about how she doesn't match Val's list of requirements for a woman. And of course, Earl tells him about the woman that he's describing would be dumb. There's the pictures. And that obviously the one in the blue shirt, she's wearing a wig. I think it's different women. I don't think it's the same one.
No, it's all different women. I'm pretty sure those are just all the women he's dated, and they're all the same.
But that one is an obvious wig.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Maybe some one night stands. I'm imagining, right?
Who knows? Hard to say. They don't really go into that.
Well, obviously, the relationship didn't last very long with them. Anyway, it don't matter. They're all the same dead weight. I'm a victim of circumstance.
He's like, I thought you called it your pecker. Just so we don't skip over that beautiful little line.
Right. Unfortunately, everybody, as you know, I have to skip so many seconds for every frame. So I'm not able to catch all the text. So another good reason to watch this movie on your own if you have not seen it. I don't want to spoil it for anybody. The reason why we're having this review is we encourage you to go out and watch the movie. Even better, buy it. We promote physical media.
Yeah. And notice the population of the town is 14 there. But that's not even the smallest town in America.
No.
Well, we have a town here in Minnesota that has a population of 3.
Oh goodness! I guess
That's
the
not even
dating
a
options
hamlet
aren't very
then.
well.
And there's technically, there's a town. It has a grocery store and a post office there, but the whole area is owned by one person.
I'm not surprised he probably bought it for $100.
Well,
Here in
it's
California,
around a lake in Oklahoma. He bought all the property around the lake. He put up a grocery store and a post office.
I remember there was a town
Yeah.
here in California too, up on the way towards Sequoia, called Minkler, that was up for sale. It was like very small. It was like this. One street went through the town. There was like a bar, like a grocery store, only a few buildings. And I think it was for sale for like 50,000.
Yeah, that sounds like Bergen there, where it has like a T intersection in the town. There's 3 houses and a bar.
Now we know who the customers are at the bar.
Well, people come from 50 miles away to go eat at that place.
Gotcha. So we established the
But
kid at the basketball already, and that he's a troublemaker. And we get Bert and his wife. What an excellent introduction. And I gotta admit, like I
Reba
said, I was
McEntire.
never.
wait,
Yeah,
The
I was never a fan
perfect
of Reba, but
American
she is
couple.
beautiful.
yeah, I did not.
She was beautiful.
She looks a lot. She looked a lot different in her music videos than she does in this movie.
Well, she probably had her hair down and all that, poofy and all whatever.
And a lot darker red.
Darker, interesting. I like this color. Kind of reminds me of Lucy.
Oh man, yeah, Lucy was great. I've seen so many of those episodes. Jesus Christ.
She was, yeah, in the early days of I Love Lucy, she was extremely beautiful. If you watch the episode with the grapes, very beautiful woman.
That was Lucille, right? Or is that
Yes.
Lucy
Lucille Ball. Lucille Ball. I'm sure everybody, when you hear the name Lucy, everybody knows who we're talking about.
Yeah.
And of course, we have Bert buying bullets because that's always what Bert needs is more bullets.
Hey, man! You never know when a giant worm's gonna come out of the ground. You need those bullets.
Well, what's funny is him and her are paranoid. They bought this trailer up there because they're thinking World War III is going to break out any minute. So they mentioned that a couple times.
Oh, they're only off by 30 years.
No, but the smart thing they did was hoard those guns.
Oh man, that's like one of the best rec rooms I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. I'd have a couple pinball games in there, and I could spend my whole life down there.
Yeah. It's such a good rec room, you'd get arrested on the West Coast for having it.
Yes, you would. That would be
Oh,
something
we
you do
couldn't
not
have.
tell anybody.
Yeah. Oh, the movie would have been a lot different if the worm would have come through the one wall, but we'll get to that point.
And now we're talking about their house. So I like this. They're building the characters and establishing them and explaining them why they're there. And there it is, the World War III reference. You'll have a heart attack before you get a chance to survive World War III. And what's funny is he's actually looking forward to it.
I have some
And we-
relatives in Idaho who are pretty much Burt Gummer.
Well, good for them. That's a dying breed, unfortunately. Those are the ones that the far left are trying to get rid of. So we established another character in the movie, believe it or not, the refrigerator that holds sodas, apparently, which has a bad bearing. So while they're all talking, it suddenly bangs and then comes to a now screeching sound. And Walters asks the 2 repairmen maybe if they think it's a bad bearing. And there it is. Hey, guys, listen, bearing going out. And he asks them if they want to repair it. And, of course, they just brush them off. They've got, of course, a very busy schedule to keep, right?
Yeah.
That way,
We gotta take that
that way we
back
don't
and
do
drink it in
anything
the back
right
of the truck.
now. Right. They plan everything ahead of time, so they're not doing anything right now. We get our first indication of something strange happened. And here we are, Rhonda, checking the seismograph. I don't know if she went on to do a lot of things afterwards or not. I guess I could have looked it up. And we had the Dutch angle, which I love and I'm a big fan of. Whenever you
Oh,
see the Dutch angle, you know shit's gonna hit the fan.
I hate this. I absolutely hate the Dutch angle. I want to
Why is
smack
that?
every director who decides to use the damn Dutch angle. I I literally gone off on. I think I've gone off on 2 rants on my channel for these Dutch angles.
Come on, have some artistic value. I mean, at
All
least
the
to change it
artistic
up a little
value of
bit,
my
huh?
foot up the director's ass.
So, what is it you don't like about it?
It throws me off and it screws with my eyes. Like
Okay, well, next time tilt your head.
I shouldn't have to.
You shouldn't have to. So, what do you think about 3D movies where you have to wear the glasses? Do they bother you?
I don't watch 3D movies.
No, that would answer that.
Yeah, I didn't know you used to
So,
watching the 3D
Rhonda is
movie.
packing up all of her equipment. Britt is slowly. I enjoy them if the 3D is done well. And
Well, when
fortunately,
they
this
start
first
doing it well,
whatever it
maybe I'll
is,
change my mind.
well, the movies that they converted to 3D, those are all crap. But there were a few ones that were built or they were filmed around the 3D that were pretty good. It's just that those are so few and far between with all those bad movies ruining. Just a second. All those bad movies would pretty much ruin 3D. So those bad movies would turn it into another passing fad. So now we're back once again where rarely a 3D movie comes out, which is a shame. By the way, there's two different kinds of 3D guys. The cheap one that people say gives them a headache, that looks like crap. Those are the ones that are just plastic glasses you put on. The good 3D is called active 3D, and they're stereoptic glasses where they actually have shutters that flash off and on between the two. They take turns flashing. That's the good 3D. Will not give you a headache, and it looks fantastic. But it's usually the only time you can see a movie like that is at a high-end theater or an IMAX. But I've even seen some IMAXs show the cheap 3D, and I made the mistake of falling for that once or twice, and that's when I did my homework on 3D. So you want what's called
They
active
also
3D,
give
not
you
passive
seizures.
3D. Well, it depends on the person. If you're a person who's you're liable for that to happen, yes, it could happen. And here we are, her getting into the truck just as whatever it is reaches the truck and she gets in and drives away just in time. And we have Will driving the cat, picking up dirt and cleaning up garbage. And we have Val picking up a bag of garbage, which falls all over him, apparently. And now, as you can see, they're relaxing, having beer, and it looks like probably Coors. What are the better way to enjoy your lunchtime, right? Cocktail. How you like their thermos? Isn't that nice? It's funny if Kevin Bacon wasn't happy doing this movie. He sure looks it.
Well, I'm sure the prop beer got switched out with some real beer totally by accident. So we had
Right.
a
Well,
nice
let's
buzz
see.
going on during filming.
I have to watch the. Well, normally that beer is going to dehydrate you, so I'm guessing it probably was not really beer. But I'm wondering if I didn't really look at all the credits. If one of Coors is in there anywhere, if they gave them, if it's like a sponsor, because they definitely showed Pepsi when they showed Wong's refrigerator. And of course, now
I'm
they're
not
talking about how
talking
they just want to move out of.
sponsorship. Screw the sponsorship. They needed something nice to get them through the day. And they ain't going to turn to
Well,
water.
yes, that's true. No, I don't know if I would drink it out of a toilet, but oh well, right. If there's nothing else around.
And nothing better
So of
for
course,
a shitty beer than a shedder.
and it's funny too because it belongs to Walter. So obviously, like his soda machine, it's faulty. And of course, there's the kid. They're smart ass, making fun of them. By the way, guys, I was in the Air Force and I worked on the flight line, and I used to watch the trucks drive around that looked similar to that. And they were the ones that would hook up the hose to the airplane to drain the shitter. And it was more than once I saw the coupling come loose, and all that stuff would come down and spray on those guys. And we'd always joke that that's got to be the shittiest job in the military.
So someone has to do it.
Someone's got to do it. It's not like they got paid extra, by the way. And I guarantee you, they did not sign up guaranteed job for that.
Yeah, it's a guy who you're not smart enough to do anything else but pump shit.
That's everything that you aspired for your entire life. Not having a plan is what keeps us doing jobs like this. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
And of course, once again, I'm sure they're talking about leaving, and they probably do that every day for years. Always wanting to head to Bixby, the big town over on the other side of the hill. And if they do that, it's 4th of July time. And of course, the kids loving it. Fortunately, they do stop for a shower, so that's always a good thing. Okay. And his trusty vacuum cleaner. They mean it for real this time. This time they're actually going to move. So everything they own is in that truck. Maybe we'll hire a maid. All right.
All right, we got a few chat. Oh wait,
Thank you,
yeah, we got a
Gorilla.
couple
Thank you.
here.
I need to drink something too, so thank you.
Yeah, Plaxer says exposition through character development, good writing, and acting. Plaxer says can never have enough gatteries.
Batteries.
Gogley Herc cheers says lemon. Phantom says Hydra shock, my favorite defense ammo. Herc says hello to lemon pie. Plaxer says product placement is subtle in this one. Phantom Boomer says Finn Carter got out of acting. Her dad was Hodding Carter III, was Assistant Secretary of the State for Public Affairs in the Jimmy Carter. Okay. And here's Nemesis of Eden's channel. He's been playing a lot of Hitman 2.
Yes, check out Nemesis of Eden channel, and besides that, he's our birthday boy today.
Where did Nemesis go?
He had to drop out a bit ago.
Oh. Better let those tanks
Well,
loose
if you
on
come
the
back
ground.
to Nemesis, I feel bad if this is in your honor, and I feel terrible. I didn't even notice you gone. I guess maybe because the chat was there.
Oh, I noticed you gone, but I thought he was going to be coming back right away.
Well, hopefully he probably will. Maybe he had to do something.
Then Plaxer says better to let those tanks loose on the ground than in the air.
That's right. The kid's laughing at him, so I just say, okay, we're just going to dump it right here in your front yard. Okay. And what I like about this, you guys, if you notice the scene here, very, very smart with the set decoration because there's at least 3 trailers there. So it's like they lived in one until it was about ready to fall apart. They got a second one, lived in that one until that was about ready to fall apart. And now the green one is their supposed new one, which they're finally abandoning. And it reminds me of rednecks. They just keep the old stuff there. I remember people used to do that with old televisions. They'd have 2 or 3 televisions in their living room.
Hey, you can always fix those up.
Yeah, that's what they said year after year after year. And did they ever? No. My mother had a console TV that she kept years after they were out of fashion. And I kept saying, Mom, that doesn't work. You'll get rid of it. I like the cabinet. It's part of the furniture. And I'm like, oh, God.
Hey, I was able to get that cabinet TV. Or no, it was a desk TV, actually. Desk height. You can I don't know why the hell they made it like that, but nice flat coffee table like TV on one side.
There he is.
Yeah. Welcome back, Nemesis.
Hey, we're
Hi.
just
There
talking
you are.
about you. Hey, we're
Oh,
just
my
talking-
ears
sorely
are
missed
burning. Aw,
Yeah, we
thanks.
sorely missed you.
Sorry, I got a phone call from family members wishing me happy birthday. I'm like, I should probably take this.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's very nice of them.
Yeah, it was. It was
And-
very sweet.
And here we have Val and Bert planning on leaving out of town permanently when they pass by this house. And of course, she yells and stops them because she needs some work done. And she has a delivery, but they're saying they're not delivering firewood anymore. We're heading for Bixby, permanent. Oh, sure, she says. Of course, I'm sure she's heard that every day. And she sees their truckload and their whole life savings.
And
And,
realizes that
and
they're not bluffing this time.
exactly. And she tells them she doesn't need wood, she needs a pottery kiln. And they decide that sounds tempting a month's work. It sounds like they haven't had that in a long time. And she'll throw in lunches and beer. You think that would be the deciding factor? Nope. They decide to head out to
Oh,
Bixby anyway. Sorry, Gorilla, go ahead.
oh, never mind, never mind.
They're even talking about, I can't believe we said no to free beer. So they're happy. They broke free of perfection and they're headed for the promised land. But suddenly they've got religion. And of course, they notice this guy up in the electrical tower. And they start commenting that that's a job they would never do. Then they recognize him. Of course, he only wears that one jacket. So they pull over to check him out because he doesn't seem to be moving.
Yeah, it must suck me. This is the time before cell phones, so the guy couldn't call for help.
Right. Well, even if you do, what are you going to do? Well, I have a feeling you'd probably be out of range. Since the town only has 14 people, they're not going to build that many repeaters out there.
Nowadays they do.
Uh,
I can get reception anywhere.
I don't know. I live in the Bay Area and there's a lot of dead
Gotten-
spots.
Yeah. There's dead spots here in Seattle. They're in the freaking desert. That's maybe 100 square mile dead spot.
Yeah, I don't think they'd have a. The town probably has a landline, I'm guessing. And especially considering this takes place in 1990, which they do. They establish that it's at the grocery store. Well, they have, in fact, which they will establish, which I like that, is they have the one landline and then a CB radio. So, of course, they do the rock, paper, scissors, and they decide that it's Val's turn to climb the tower to go check on this guy. And of course, he's talking to the guy the whole time he's getting up, he's climbing up there. And here's where we got our first look. And notice he has a gun in his hand. So he was not up there doing any electrical work. And he has his belt tied around it to hold him up there. So I like the attention to detail. And you'll notice that his legs are also crossed. So he's got himself braced so he won't fall.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome.
And there she is, Dr. Carol Marcus. I don't think Genesis is going to help him this time around, but you can always hope for the best. So here's where they're asking the doctor if he died from a heart attack, and the doctor says no, dehydration.
Dehydration. And then he looks at or directly at Valentine and he's like, thirst. It's just like, oh.
Is anybody ever severely dehydrated here?
Oh, you were really robotic on that one.
In fact,
What happened?
last week
Yeah.
And one time I was admitted to the hospital because I was so dehydrated. You could tell because you'll start getting muscle spasms. And you'll be like, what the hell is this? And you find out the first thing that happens is your body starts having seizures because of the lack of water. And your urine is really, really dark. Sorry about the tangent.
It smells.
And here's where the guy says, yeah, he was up there a couple of days and they can't he would do that. It takes 3 or 4 days for someone to die of dehydration. And here we have a lonely farmer working and tilling his field when he notices something going on over there with his sheep. And of course, the animals are always suspecting before the humans, which I like that. And it looks like his scarecrow's not doing so well, and the scarecrow starts to tilt and fall over, but he doesn't notice until it's too late and he's sucked down. And there's Rhonda back at the seismograph. It looks like she's getting readings as all this is going on. And here we have them. They're still on their way out of town heading to Bixby, and they pass by this repair crew. So now they're trying to figure out what happened to the guy up on the tower and why he had the rifle with him.
Yeah. What's this
Go ahead,
mean?
Gorilla.
What's this mean?
Domo arigato. Isn't that Japanese?
Mr. Roboto Domo Omo. You guys don't know
I
the
think it means
song?
hello.
Gee, that's old.
Yeah, it's from Styx. I think it means hello in Japanese.
Thank you.
Camp out down below and just wait for him to die. So they're still trying to talk about what happened and try to figure it out. And they decide to stop because they see the farmer, the one we just saw in the last scene. And they notice that his sheep have been slaughtered, and so they obviously that raised red flags. So now they start looking for him, and they go into the house and start calling out his name, and they can't seem to find him. And there's his hat. So apparently that's the first thing they're going to check. This is weird. This is real weird. So they pick up the hat. Oops, it's going to be hard to catch this here on the slide. There we go.
Ah!
Whoa.
Startling. Amazing.
Yes, that's what's left of poor Fred. So anyway, back at the construction site where they're working on the street with a jackhammer. And this is where they drive by and say, everybody get the hell out of here. There's a killer on the loose. Because remember now, at this point, the boys don't know what's going on. And the repairmen say, what? He says, a murderer, man, a real psycho. He's cutting people's heads off. And of course, they're startled because they're like, what? In the middle of a desert? So I can understand this trepidation.
Hey, wait a second. They don't believe. Like, where would a better place be to go kill people than in the middle of a desert where the nearest law enforcement is probably 50 miles away?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're right about that.
Say there's 14 people there. Even if you take Bert out of the equation, there's probably about 50 guns.
Yeah, well, if
I
If you
agree.
add Bert to the equation, there's about 800.
you just got to be subtle enough.
Here's the guy continues working on the road. And of course, the other guy thinking, well, if there's anybody out here that's going to mess with me, I got this crowbar right here. I'll take care of it. And now we have the jackhammer bust through, and we have blood coming up to the surface. And of course, this guy is completely confused and doesn't know what's happening. And it's kind of hard to catch it here in the slides, of course. What I can do. But as you can see here, there goes the jackhammer off on its own. And
so
the hose wraps
jackhammer
around
right
his
through
leg.
his head.
Right. And the jackhammer took off, and unfortunately, the air hose wrapped around his leg and took him with it. And the poor sat back at the truck is like, Howard, Carmine?
Hey, how's that crowbar working for him?
Yeah, I know, right? And what's funny, what's interesting is he still doesn't know what's going on, and he'll never know because he gets killed by a rock slide. That's all
right.
we see is just a rock slide and the rocks coming down, yeah. Meanwhile, back at the diner. And of course, like a small town, hearsay is flying all over the place and speculation. And we do have diversity here, people. So this is 1990, and they still had diversity. So I appreciate that. So what happened to Edgar? You won't believe it. They're trying to tell him. Here they are trying to call outside. And coincidentally, just like in the typical horror movies, the phone is dead. Those smart bad guys, I guess. Huh? They haven't established the name yet, but the first thing they do is take out that phone. Walter, your phone is dead. I didn't do it. Of course, they're blaming each other. Now, the guy in the green hat on the right, I think that's the father of the little boy.
No, it's not.
Because it's not, because isn't that the one
No.
where when he dies, the boy finally acted like he's sad? Or do you think the kid lives by himself?
Oh, the kid Melvin. That dude is not Melvin's dad. Earl is not or that's not Earl, but the dude with the hat is not Melvin's dad. That's just a really common misconception.
Okay, was that the guy that's married to the lady? There's like a couple I know that are also here. Because there's also a couple, a man and a
No,
woman. Gotcha.
no, yeah,
Okay.
because
I did look it up on the Internet Movie Database and look at the character names. Because I thought, well, it'd be strange if the kid's living by himself. If we saw him at the trailer.
Well, not if his old man kicked the bucket into mine.
That's possible. And now they're telling him to head to Bixby, get help, and step on it. He says, consider it stepped on. And there they go. Once again, leaving perfection. Hopefully this time for good. We decided to leave this place just one damn day too late, you know. Well, there's sure as hell nothing stopping us now. Everybody we know between here and Bixby is already dead. And now they come across the construction site and they see the rock slide. And they have to hit the brakes because now they just dawned on them they're not going to Bixby because the road is now blocked.
no.
Well, they could have moved some of those rocks aren't that big. They could have cleared a path.
Well, that's a four-wheel drive. You think they could have driven around it somehow? I used to have a Jeep similar to that. And of course, they're looking for the guys and not able to find them. And of course, they find this. More red flags. Now they know that's really a good reason to get out of there. And of course, Earl grabs his gun. And they're backing up. And that's when he gets the truck stuck. And he's hitting the clutch, trying to break free, but he's having trouble. And Earl's trying to warn him, watch out, you're going to damage the truck. Burn the clutch is what he says. That's right. But Val works it anyway, and he gets the truck out of there, and the truck leaves. And now they're arguing back and forth about exactly what's going on. Go ahead.
Well, it's funny because like you can see right in this scene that Val hasn't even thought of what Earl's thinking about. He's like, dude, I do not need to spend the night out here. If someone's like, because they don't know it's monsters, they just think someone's murdering everyone around them.
Right. At
And
this
Val's
point, they think
just
it's
like,
a person, right?
yeah, Val just looks over and he's like, oh shit, yeah, and it's like keeps driving. And you're just like, well,
So that's the little girl from Jurassic Park.
yes.
Gotcha. And here they're still speculating, thinking maybe it could have been coyotes or coyotes, depending on where you're from and how you pronounce it. Yeah, you're right. That is her, just younger.
Yeah. I think it was one of her first movies.
Well, good for her. She had a good career. I mean, she started off really well.
Yeah, dude. Straight up can be like, yeah, I was in Tremors, I was in Jurassic Park.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what else
Steven
she was
Spielberg,
in, but
yeah, Steven Spielberg must have saw her
Let's
talent and
not
recognized
talk
her.
about any of the others.
hey, I
Let's
didn't
not
mind
talk
The
about
Lost
Jurassic
World.
Park.
It was fine.
I like in general, I like the Jurassic Park movies. They got weak, but I absolutely loathe and hate the Jurassic World movies. Those are absolute trash. Okay, so here's where everybody's surprised to see Earl and Val show back up, thinking they'd be in Bixby by now. And here's where they tell them
Nope.
something's going on. And this
Hi,
is
Hungry.
where,
Good to see you, buddy.
hey, hungry boy, glad you could join us.
Oh,
Here's
good
where we
spot
notice
to
something
catch-
stuck. Sorry, go ahead, Gorilla.
I was gonna say that'd be a good spot to start catching up on the chat here, then, real quick.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Skogly says the writing in this movie is a great, simple little tricks like the malfunctioning cooler and how that has meaning later.
Foreshadowing.
Is played very well in this movie. Agreed, the character
Yes.
development, the foreshadowing, and subtle hints of dialogue, it's great. Ploxord says, that's a Jeep or an International. I don't know.
I think it's an
I think it's an
international.
It's not a Jeep.
Yeah, I had a Jeep J4. They were similar, but I think that's an international. And by the
Yeah.
way, they're
Hang
not
on,
built very
Foster.
well. They're always breaking down.
And hungry for UFO to never suffer reboot. Hola, pops! Glad to see you streaming on a charming monster film.
Thank you, Hungry Boy, and you could thank NemesisOfEden for that. It's his birthday, and this was his choice, so it's our birthday present to him.
Yeah. And Skogly says that little girl could scream like no other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she had a lot of
could.
practice.
Yeah, Scully says cheers, hungry. And Plaxter says 1963 Jeep Gladiator thrift side.
Oh, thank you, Plaxford.
And Hungry for UFO said this is the only time I enjoy Michael Gross, lol. So
Me
glad
too.
it was
Me too.
give it a thrill. Um,
Yeah,
Agreed.
yeah. I didn't like him in that sitcom, and I didn't like him in Star Trek. But in Star Trek, he's supposed to be an arrogant jerk. Are we caught up? Sorry, I guess I need to take a look. But I guess
we
that means
just
yes.
Hungry said cheers, Skogly, and then Skogly says, for real though, when it comes to screaming, that little girl has the anomaly. All right,
So
now
here's
we're
where they
all done.
notice. Thank you, Gorilla. Here's where they notice something obviously stuck to the rear axle. So Bert grabs a shovel, and of course they still don't know what it is at this point, and they're all confused.
Well,
And
it's
as you can see,
this is a great misdirect too, right, for the audience, because we don't know that it's just a giant freaking worm. So we're like, oh my god, look, it's a snake. Whoa, terrifying.
well, yeah, but look at that shock. A shock absorber. It's actually collapsed. So it establishes those jaws are very powerful.
Well, and that, yeah, totally. And even that's what Bert said. He's like, wait a minute, this thing stalled out your truck? This worm
Yep,
stalled out your truck. It has to
exactly.
be super strong.
Yep.
And then they come to the summation that just one of these worms couldn't have killed old Fred and his flock. And people are starting to get actually worried now.
Right. And they notice
It's
the
funny. It's
smell
a
apparently.
slow burn, but it's like a quick slow burn, and it's great.
It is. And I like how pretty much the whole town is here to experience this at the same time. So they don't have to spend a lot of exposition later on telling everybody what's going on and passing the story to here and to there. Everybody finds out at the same time. We can get the plot moving. I love it.
Well, like Ploxerd was saying earlier, that the dialogue is like the exposition is hidden through character development and dialogue, and it's all natural and it's not just shoved down your throat. And it's really well done. It's really well written.
It is. The pacing is fantastic. This movie, I can't think of if any, slow parts. It moves along at a really good pace. It reminds you of the old 50s, 60s horror movies, monster movies. And
Yeah,
I think
man, totally.
another thing that helps, I think, which really makes it head above most other movies, just like The Evil Dead, is anytime that people are isolated, where you know there's no help anywhere around. I think that always helps. That's what makes it much, much better, in my opinion, than a lot of horror movies that take place. Damn you for the new Evil Dead taking place in a high-rise apartment building. That's my perfect point. You're going to like ruin that franchise. Not to mention gender swap.
Could be good. You
I
have
don't have
well,
faith.
that. No, I don't have faith. We live in hope and we die in despair. But you know, 1 in a million could be good. You never know, right?
Well,
Who knows? Maybe
I'm
it'll
not
be
saying
like Wreck.
I'm not saying don't cross your fingers, but I saw what had been 1 or 2, 3 trailers, and the only male I saw was transgender, so I'm not excited. So here's where we have Bert notices, like you were talking about a minute ago, how strong it is, and of course she recognizes or she notices the smell. I think this is the point where Earl starts to realize that gun's not going to do him much good. And of course, the first thing that Walter does is want to buy it from them like a charlatan. I love it. And of course, they're haggling over the price.
Well, dude, he's long-term thinker. I love, dude. Walter Chang is amazing in this. Oh my god, like, what a
He
good
is
pick.
that right? He's a salesman, right? He's a salesman. and he doesn't know what's ahead of him, so he thinks, "Wow, I can get rich off this with the tourists."
Well, and it's funny because like, you don't know it in this movie, but by the time you get to the fourth movie where they go back in time, his relatives are the ones who set up the store. So this is like, I don't know, 8th generation Chang running the store.
Oh, that's cool. I definitely need to make it a point and go back and watch those. I think I'm going to do that this week. Then I can. Right, this is like you were talking about. One of these cannot eat bread and this whole flock of sheep. And it's starting to dawn on them. There's probably more out there. And of course, I remember now, this is only the tip of the iceberg. They don't know what they really look like at this point. Meanwhile, back at the doctor's trailer, where they're building their home.
Oh my God, this scene. Yes. Oh, the scene that introduced me to the Tremors franchise and scarred me as a child. Fucking love this scene.
They got their, right, there's a doctor and his wife, and they're apparently building the house by hand. He's doing it himself, like people used to do in the old days.
That's right.
And there she is. She still looks great. So this is 8 years after Khan. So she still looks pretty good at that point.
Oh, she looks fantastic. And she's the only one of smarts out of these two, which, I mean, I get the doctor's reasoning and his methodology, but, like, she's the only one with brains in this situation. You're just like, oh, poor gal.
Well, he's practical. All he's thinking is there's just a generator over there running. They're not really expecting anything more than that.
Right? And I like the slight comment where it's just like, he sits down, he's just like, oh, I'm dead. And I'm just like, ha, yeah, you will be soon.
And of course, they're snuggling. And that's when they notice the lights cut out and they lose power. And it looks like he's grabbing his flashlight. He's going to go over there and check out that generator. Yeah, maybe time for a new generator. I'm not sure if that'll help. And then he goes over to the spot where the generator used to stand and say it's gone.
What do you mean it's gone? It's gone.
Right. He even says the cord goes right into the ground. Oops, I gotta fix these subtitles. It was right here. There's the cord. And he starts to pull on the cord. And that was where he's guessing, trying to figure out what's going on. Right.
Right. And she's just concerned for him. Oh, sorry, Pops.
Oh no, you're fine. It's your birthday. You're allowed to talk anytime you want.
All right, I like that. Thank you. Yeah, she's awesome. She's just like, yeah. She's like, well, don't fall in. She's like trying to grab him. She's like, let's get out of here. Like, I don't understand. Like, the only sensible one.
Yeah, and it makes sense because they're thinking it might be a sinkhole. And unfortunately, out of the ground pops the generator, actually spit out the ground, and flies at a distance. And now they realize maybe it's a good idea if they try to get out of there.
She thinks it's a good idea. He's just like, do you hear that? There's like roar, like the subtitles just say roar. And I'm like, he's like, oh, it sounds like a geothermal event. And I'm like, dude.
Well, even the smell, when she mentions the smell, he says, is that gas or something like that, right?
Yeah, it could be a natural gas thing. Remember when we went to Yellowstone and blah, blah. And he's like, and once again, I get his reasoning and methodology, but it's just like, it's frustrating.
Well, I guess he's a doctor, so he's going to reason everything out.
Of course. It's all through science.
The wife has got the smartest motive.
It's just natural gut instinct. She's like, something's wrong here.
It out. Exactly right. Women's intuition. Sometimes you have to listen to it.
Dude, straight up, 100%. Girls know what's up.
And unfortunately, a little too late for the doctor as he gets pulled underground. And of course, she panics. She tries to help him.
Props to her for at least even trying to grab the board and like throwing him the 2x4. Because I mean, you'd think that would at least like be enough to support some weight, but it just snaps like a twig. Right,
and I love that too because it establishes how strong the force is pulling him down there. because he's holding on to that thing, and that's a 2x4. You can't snap those things out easily. And it's not even an old one. They're building a house. That's a brand new piece of wood. There it is. She's handing him the wood. And there it snapped. And you can see it hit her too. So she got a good bonk on the side of the head from that.
Oh, she did. Took it like a champ.
Poor guy. That's got to be a horrible way to go, right?
Oh, for sure.
And she does dig a little bit at the hole, and then she realizes that this is what pops out. So she's thinking maybe. Go ahead, Gorilla.
What is that?
What is that? That's what she's trying to figure out. All she knows is she wants to get out of there.
So the population is down to 12 now.
Apparently it's chasing after her. And she gets into the car just in time and closes the door. But unfortunately, she bumps against the radio. And the last thing you want to die to is bad old country music. But that's what happens. And of course, she doesn't realize the music is what's attracting it towards her. But I don't want to give away too much. Oh, we even get the music, the lyrics to the music. How nice! And of course, there's nothing she could do because she doesn't have the keys. I'm imagining they're probably in her husband's pocket. And of course, once again, she's taking a breath thinking she's safe. And that's not a good thing to do here. And now's when the car starts shaking and rocking. And dust starts kicking up on all sides.
Well, and just even the music, the fact that it's talking about like here, it's Dolly Parton singing about being at a diner for two, being alone, and it's just like she just lost her husband, watched him get eaten alive. Now she's almost about
candlelight dinner.
Yeah, I like how they put the gash on her face to show that she got hurt from the 2x4.
Yes, I agree. And of course, she tries honking the horn for a second, but she realizes that's not going to really do any good. Nobody's out there to listen. And this is a great scene when it starts pulling the car down by the rear end. And that's iconic too. There, I love it. What a way to go! A great
signal. She unleashed the bat signal. Right.
Unfortunately, there was nobody around to see it. No Commissioner Gordon. And of course, we already have Walter making money off of it. So people are, she's posing, but she doesn't look like she wants to be posing, but it looks like it was her mother's idea.
All right. This has been fun, but I have to get going.
Adios there, Germ.
Yeah, Jim. Thanks
for having you, Germ.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah, hey, have a great night. Thank you for joining us, Germ.
Hey, what's the cartoon on Saturday?
Wing Commander Academy.
Okay, everybody, check out Resolute Germ's channel. You'll see a link popping up in the chat. I highly recommend it. He's a great guy. Thank you, Germ.
All right. Take care, guys.
Later, bud.
And then there were 3.
Oh, we're dropping down like the town's population is.
That's right. Oh, I just remembered.
Now we're down to 11.
Bear with me, guys. I just remembered I need to send a link to PvP when he gets home. I was so scatterbrained when I was starting this stream late that I was even late sending it to Nemesis, and I feel terrible for that.
Yeah. All right.
So,
here's Hungry Boy's channel. So I don't. What does Hungry Boy do? No, never mind.
Good question. I talk to Hungry Boy all the time, but I'm not sure what he has on the channel. I feel terrible.
Yeah, here's my link for my channel. Hungry hail, says Lemon Pie. Hungry says, hey, Citrus, at Lemon Pie. Hungry says, this is also a fantastic ensemble cast film. Read the dialogue and thank God Victor Wong was in this. Victor taught me not to name the monster.
That's right. Don't name the monster; it's going to eat you.
Hungry says, Chang's got to make some change, bro.
That's right.
And here's Sean Carter's channel.
Check out Sean
Hung-
Carter's channel. He does some excellent model building, guys.
yeah,
Very good,
Eh,
and very talented person.
yeah. Hungry says like some great 1950 monster flick. This film had great foreshadowing. All these setups and had payoffs.
Yes, very tight, excellent script.
Yeah, Blocksheart says later germ. Hunger says nightio germ. And Hunger says LL no sparking my channel. I barely no sparking my channel. I barely touched it.
Okay, hungry boy. I apologize for that, but hey, maybe you'll get some subs anyway.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
Go for it, and thank you for reading the chat. Okay, so here we have once again they're in the diner slash grocery store trying to figure out what's going on, and they're admiring how Chang is profiting off the snake already. If all this going on, and that's all he cares about, of course, is still making a few bucks. And of course, here we are. Bert's all excited now. He's going to take full charge. And of course, the snake show will make them extinct. And they say, I thought that guy had a wife, but I guess I must have been mistaken. I thought there was like a timid wife in this. And of course, now they're talking about World War III again. And he says, what have you guys got to get to being prepared? At this point, they're making fun of him, but I'm sure they'll eventually change their minds when it comes to that. And here's where she remembers Walter's got a CB radio. Why aren't you guys calling somebody in Bixby? Please, oh no. And this is where Walter, if I remember right, explains to them that with the mountains, there's no way they're going to get any kind of signal out. We can't reach outside the valley because of the mountains. Melvin, you're next. Come on, sit down, look scared. Of course, Melvin is more than excited to get a picture and a photo out with the snake. The phone's out, the road's out, we're on our own. You two are just loving it, aren't you? She says. So those two are husband and wife. Is that right, Nemesis? Or no?
No, I don't think so, because he lives in his own trailer and she's got her own house, and Mindy is her daughter.
Right. Right. She lives in the house with her daughter. Right.
Yeah. As far as I know, she's a single mom living on her own. That dude's just, who knows, maybe Melvin is living with him, but that's not his dad.
Gotcha. Come on, Nancy, let's don't get personal about this thing. So this is where they try to insult Bert and his wife, but they realize that now's not the time for that.
Right? They're like, oh, you guys are just loving this. And they're like, come on, don't make this personal. But yeah, we totally are.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, I really am. I've been waiting for this day. I had my whole life for this day.
Oh.
Geographic isolation, which is exactly why they picked this area. And now they're trying to figure out some way to get help. And here they're coming up with ideas. And that's a great one about the saddle horse. Of course, Melvin's loving the snake. And somebody could ride to Bixby who has any horse experience. I was surprised about this. I thought these two would have horse experience, but I guess not. I guess their profession is guns. So of course, the first thing they do is they look over at the two guys who apparently these are our cowboys for the night. So that's their only hope. Once again, they need to saddle up and ride to Bixby. Of course, remind her that Walter rents out usually garbage, so they say we don't want to be stuck on a couple of canners. And they still underestimate the snakes because they say they don't travel that fast. Notice he says that line there, shit, for all you know, they could fly. And of course, now they're debating who gets what gun. And back to the paper scissors. And Earl gets the best gun. And Swiss cheese and bullets. That'll give him a little bit of nourishment along the way.
Yeah.
And here we are with some more firearms. Thank goodness.
Yeah. He who has better shot gets better gun.
Yes. So Bert and Heather are going to drive around and see what they can spot. They're going to disappear from the movie here for a little bit. But just like Han Solo, they're going to come back just in time. And besides, they have a good point. They're going to go out and look for that college girl, the seismologist, because she's still not knowing what's going on.
I gotta say that one guy, not this one, but the one in the cowboy hat, has an excellent mustache.
And that was where they mentioned better guns, so they give him a big old rifle. And of course, we had Melvin being a jerk once again, the boy who cried wolf. And of course, they all want to strangle him at that point. Even Bert wants to shoot him. And he pretty much tells him, next time I will, no more games. Melvin, one of these days, somebody's going to kick your ass, of course. And there they ride off into the sunset. Meanwhile, back at the doctor's trailer, which they happen to pass by, they notice the door open and they start calling out names and there's no response. And that's when they surmise maybe they just missed him because the car is gone. But then Val notices there's music coming from somewhere. Where the hell's the goddamn golden holy coming from? So they follow the music and the noise. And there we go, the front grille of the station wagon. And it looks like it's still got some battery power in those headlights. And now they're running at a lot higher speed, so I guess they're realizing that it's a little more dire situation than they originally planned.
Well, no kidding, man. They buried a station wagon.
Right. Well, each time they're starting to realize that it's bigger and bigger and deadlier than what they'd imagined. So it's starting to. I like that. The threat, even though they still don't know what's going on, the mystery and the threat keeps growing, and I love that. They don't give it away at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a great reveal. It's a fantastic build-up, like you said.
Exactly. Of course, the horses start hesitating and acting strange. And of course, the first thing they're doing is blaming Walter, saying that he gave them some bad horses. But we realize that the horses are actually sensing something. And Earl realizes that, wait a minute, they got wind of something, don't like that. Something don't like it. And of course, we get a dust cloud here, but they still don't know what's going on. And here's where they're under attack. And they're knocked off their horses. And they see the horse attacked, which we'll see here. And there they have one of these snakes biting the horse leg. So they realize they do shoot at it, but it's not going to do them any good. And it realizes they're under the ground.
I thought that Valentine was going to put the horse out of its misery. That's what I thought he was.
Yeah, me too.
Not just
Me
shoot
too.
the
Yeah, me too. And that's what I would have done. Because at this point,
Right?
you don't
I'm
know
like-
if they're poisonous.
Oh,
But then,
totally.
of course,
It's
you're
like,
thinking, right? You're thinking too, though. But if you're stuck in the middle of the desert, that horse, you're only way out of there. So I guess maybe you're hoping it'll survive.
maybe,
The other horse took
yeah.
off running. Yeah. If I remember, the other horse took off running, right?
Yeah.
So one took off running and one went down. Yeah. And now we get our first reveal finally. And it's much bigger than they expected. And of course, we have Val shooting with the gun, but at that point, I don't think it's going to do much good.
Hey,
And here we
well,
have.
Did we just address how stupid he was shooting
Gorilla.
that gun there right in front of his crotch?
I mean, yeah.
guess-
Clearly hadn't fired a gun. Like,
Yeah, you're not, and
Right.
you're not gonna hit anything doing it like that. That's just an old movie gimmick. There, you'll absolutely hit nothing. You have to have it actually. You got to actually aim it and have it against. You should have it against your shoulder.
Right. But I think what they're doing is showing that these guys don't have much experience with guns. So I think it's the reason why he shot. And then plus he's panicking. But you're right. Never shoot a gun like that. You always have to hold it up and look through the eye and aim. I like this scene where they're running and whatever it is following them, taking out the poles right behind them. And this is where they reach this dam. They jump in, and they got escaped it just in time. And then that's when they see that it actually busted through the wall, and it knocked itself cold. And then they realize that it's actually dead.
How did it die? They didn't shoot it?
No, but the
Brain
concussion
damage.
from it, yeah, the concussion from it running, it was at full speed, and it ran into that concrete, so that's what killed it.
Like if you're driving a car, Gorilla, and you're going 50 or 60 miles an hour and you hit a brick wall, what happens?
Yep.
Well, my car's magical. Go right through it.
Damn,
Right.
your car, bro.
And then it'll fly up into the sky and fly away.
See, I got the Weasley's old Ford Angela there.
Oh, jealous. Thing's
Uh,
got a mind of its own, though, hanging out with the spiders.
Yeah. Oh, Hungry says spooking. Sorry, it's an Aussie word. Then this film made me recall how much living in New Mexico Badlands sucked. LOL.
Yeah,
guess
I
it
lived
could
in
be
a
a
place
boring
similar to this, and it was pretty boring. Not a lot to do. Hot at night, hot during the day, freezing at night.
I thought all you guys had was snow up there.
Oh, we do. We have. Oh, well, the beautiful thing about Alberta, man, is like we've got all different kinds of things. We got desert, we got badlands, we got prairies, we got mountains, we got heavy forests, we got lakes. It's a beautiful province.
Never a dull moment.
No, lots of rednecks.
So
Lots of rednecks. Never a dull moment.
lots of rednecks, red-blooded Americans there.
America.
Canadians. We are Canadian.
So here we
I am
have,
Canadian.
as the boys are celebrating, or Canadians, red-blooded Canadians, patriotic. Let's say that way. Another dying breed, patriotic. So here's we have the two boys celebrating the death of the snake, and the seismologist happens to walk up. Of course, now she still is not quite sure what's going on. And remember, now Bert and his wife are still out looking for her.
Yeah.
And of course, here's where she says she happened to notice something on the seismometer. And this is that she sees this here, and things are starting to dawn on her. Seismograph.
Right. Seismograph. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think it's seismograph. That is some nasty. He pulls apart some of the concrete there, and the head flops out. That is huge. That's a great shot there. That's why I had to use that for our thumbnail for tonight.
Definitely. Oh man, it's great. Like the mix of practical effects and like digital effects, and like that's a full scale thing, I think. But they also have like quarter scale puppets.
Yes, it is. They did. Yeah, it's a full scale animatronic.
There you go.
They definitely spared no expense when it came to the special effects. I like that. And that's where she starts to piece it together. But it doesn't have any eyes, so she realizes that it's totally subterranean, meaning underground. And those tentacles. And of course, this is where we realize she's the smartest person in the room.
Well, she didn't even have to say something. We could tell that.
Oh, right.
Exactly,
yeah,
right.
for sure.
Well, obviously, she's the only one with a college education, right? They probably didn't even make it to middle school. And of course, all she's thinking about is the biggest zoological discovery of the century. Probably thinking about what it could do for her career. And we have Vala outside. And of course, he dug around with the shovel, and he realizes the size of the beast.
He found the ass end.
Now, one thing that could have made that better if the monster's muscles relaxed right when he picked it up the ass there.
Oh man! I mean, he was already showered in shit in earlier in the movie, so why not?
Yeah, except this time it'd be human waste. Well, human waste again, I guess.
Yeah, dude, it totally would. Oh, that's a brilliant observation, Pop. A different kind of human waste.
Right. And here's where she realizes this is how it's able to propel itself to the ground. using these tentacles or whatever they are.
The
Spikes.
protrusions, the spines. They're made out of. They've got to be made out of something because in the second movie they find one fossilized from a core drilling, and they realize that the
Well, I'm
graboids
thinking,
have been around for like millions of years.
and that makes sense because same way like a caterpillar or a millipede gets around, they have all those legs that move simultaneously. And it does make sense. I like the fact that they are very ancient and very old. That's very cool too. Kind of reminds you a little bit of Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Of course, and all they're thinking about is how much money they're going to sell it to Chang for. I don't think I would care about trying to drag that thing back to town.
Yeah.
And of course, that's what they're talking about. We need a flatbed and trying to figure out a way to haul it out of there. And remember now, guys, they still think at this point that was the only one. And here's where she said, no, don't winch it up. Don't want to winch it. I'd tear it all up. And as they're talking about, she's looking at the readings, and it says, the way I figure it, there are two more of these things, she says. And they're like, oh. I've got seismographs all over this valley. Now, if you compare the different readings, here's one at 2 o'clock yesterday. Here's one 3 miles away at the exact same time. Now that's two. Here, yeah, we'll take your word for it. Of course, they believe her. And suddenly the seismograph starts shaking. And unfortunately, Val gets his foot stuck in the ground, and he says, "Damn prairie dogs." Burl,
It's not
prairie dog
prairie.
Burl.
Are you sure that was prairie dog burrow?
Hopefully, when you think about it, anybody's been in the desert, which I have, it could be a rabbit hole, it could be a snake hole. Either way, I wouldn't want to stick my foot in there, but he's got boots on, which
Yeah,
kind of
certainly
helps.
not. Yeah. He's like
And
getting
here's where they
busted
notice,
ankle.
yes, and here's where they realize that it's headed after them. So as you can see, they're at a full sprint, and they're looking for those headed for the rocks, which was her idea. Just in time, too, just as the snake barely misses them. And Val recognizes it and says, looks like that's the one that grabbed our truck because of the broken head there.
Oh, and it's great. A lot of these underground shots where it's moving through the ground, it's just like a boat buoy. Then they've placed like a tarp over top of it, and they just have a drag line, and they just like pull it, and it works so good.
It does. It looks fantastic. And now they're asking her, where the hell's your truck? And she says, it's right over there. Right over there. I know that doesn't seem very far away, but considering what their dilemma is, I guess they have to be concerned. And now they're starting to realize what killed the guy up on the elliptical pole. So they decided, just like the guy on the elliptical pole, maybe they'll wait it out. And time passes.
So there's the problem they thought.
They thought. Which is interesting because as we find out and they establish later on, these things are really smart and these things actually learn.
They make traps. They plan ahead.
Yes.
But,
And of course, they're wondering about the Russians because this is during the Cold War. Ooh, what do we have here? Oops. There it
Was that a
is.
PvP
Hello,
I saw?
PvP.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
Hey,
PvP, good to see you.
Yeah, nice to be here. Hi. I'm a bit late because, well, hey, what? Echo.
What?
Oh, crap.
Oh, shh.
There we go.
Kill.
I always forget that, damn it. I usually get it
Don't we
pretty
all?
quick now, though, but every once in a while, yeah.
It's okay.
Well,
I started 30 minutes late tonight, so that kind of
did you?
helped you there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was cooking dinner, so.
Yeah, I've been actually listening in the background for a little while now. I got home maybe, I don't know, about 45 minutes ago, but I've just been doing a little bit of cleaning around my apartment while listening to you guys because my place is such a mess. I really need to. I thought today I got to put in a couple hours when I get home tonight and do some cleaning because it's getting pretty bad.
Well, it didn't help either. I feel bad that
right?
Oh, yeah, I know how it is, but I feel bad. I'm sorry for I was late sending you that link.
That's no worries. No worries.
That's just it. I was a half hour late getting started, and I was kind of Scatterbrain. So that I mean, this whole stream is in Nemesis honor, and I even sent him his link late. So it's like, okay,
Well, there you go.
I know, right?
That's okay though. You've had your mind on other things lately, Pop. So that's cool.
Yeah, I'm cooking dinner tonight for the first time in a week, so I'm
Wow.
excited.
Well,
I'm actually excited to
you
eat
got your
something.
you got your appetite back, did you?
Nope, it's just I'm
No.
forcing myself to eat because I'm losing a lot of weight.
Yeah.
So when I
Well,
do eat, I've got
yeah.
to force myself. Yeah, nothing sounds good, but I
Yeah.
figure I love pasta. I love spaghetti, and
Oh,
I
that's
figured
good.
that if anything brings my appetite back, that'll do it.
No, it'll fill you up
There you
anyway.
go.
I was gonna
It's
say
always
I
filling.
will gone with chicken noodle to help you with the.
Oh,
Yeah. What
actually, I
kind of
would love
food?
to, but believe it or not, but a whole chicken here in California is a wonderful price of upwards of $14 on up. Can you imagine for a stupid chicken? So if I did go do some shopping, it would have to be chicken legs and thighs. If
I
I'm
can't
lucky, I
actually
could find those
imagine
on
that.
sale for about $2.
They sell those
Yeah,
roast
it's terrible
chickens at the
here.
supermarket. You know those roast pre-cooked chickens you can buy.
Oh yeah,
They want like $12 for one of those here.
So
yeah.
y'all
What's
are
interesting
living
here
in
is
the wrong spot.
the roasted chickens here are actually cheaper than a raw chicken.
Oh,
So
actually, probably
sometimes
that's
when I
the
go to buy,
easiest way to do it too, because I mean, then you don't have to cook, right? You can just buy it and eat it.
right, tear it
You
apart,
know,
throw it in there with some noodles and vegetables.
that's right.
Oh my, that's a whole nother thing too. Is I wanted to buy vegetables. I'll make this fast. I wanted to buy vegetables for my pasta. Roma tomatoes, $4 a pound. I can only buy one tomato. Bell peppers, $2 a pound, $2 each. I can afford
Oh
one bell
wow.
pepper. Yellow onions, $3 a pound, so I can afford one onion. So I bought one tomato, one onion, and one bell pepper.
Hmm.
Uh,
It sounds
God
like
Food
that
praise
prices
George.
are
Gavin
crazy, man.
Newsom.
It sounds like that
You
George
think
Thorogood song. One scotch, one bourbon, one beer. You guys remember that one? That's a good
I
song.
do.
California? Yeah, I heard it a long time ago, but
That's a real classic.
it's terrible. California is just gouging people. It's really really bad.
Yeah, well, our inflation rate's still close to 5% here this month, apparently. So it's not exactly paradise either up here. But
Oh, I
I just
wish we
buy
had
stuff
five
on
percent.
sale. I just buy
Well,
stuff
that's what
on
I do.
sale.
Me too. When I go shopping
Have to.
now, I don't go with the shopping list. I have to pick what's on sale. Yeah.
Well, you guys got Highliner
Okay,
frozen fish
so here
down
we
there, right?
are.
Oh, yeah. Let's get back to the film. Good plan.
I don't buy frozen fish, and now that's getting to where everything in the grocery store says organic, so they can phase out regular stuff, so you pay double for everything. So you
Yeah,
have
they've
to
been
go search
kind
it. You
of
have to
yeah.
search out things that are non-organic.
I
So
kind of
thank
always
you
thought
to
the
all the
organic
wine
thing.
moms for that.
Yeah, the
Yeah, they're all
organic
trying
thing
to
seems
compete with
kind of
Whole Foods.
overrated anyway. Yeah, I
Well,
just buy regular
everything's
stuff.
organic. When you buy a bell pepper, it's organic. But
Mm.
they slap that label on, so they charge double the price, and those idiot soccer moms, wine moms, go and buy it. So they know if they can charge double just for a dumb label, they'll do it.
Hey, get this.
Cage-free
There's a guy
eggs.
named Galen Weston, I think his name is, that runs one of the large supermarket chains in Canada. I read a couple weeks ago when I was taking my lunch break because I like to take a quick look at some of the news. The board, I guess, of directors or whatever, decided last year to pay him a salary of $8.5 million a year.
Oh, that poor guy. I'm sure he really was struggling.
But he actually just got replaced by someone else. So I hope he's, counting his pennies so he has a long retirement.
Counting his pennies, right?
Yeah. Oh, isn't it crazy?
Yeah, he got a big
Oh
fat
well.
retirement.
Yeah. Anyway,
So here's what they're
anytime
talking
you
about
want
the
to go back.
fossils, and they're still trying to surmise where this thing came from, and if she's telling them it's nothing like she's ever seen before, but she does guess that they're very old,
Yeah,
and they just
I'm
never
not
seen them
sure.
until now.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. This there where we don't get an actual explanation or like even like a like a like a for sure good guess. Like they're from outer space or a nuke caused it or whatever. It actually
Isn't
could
that
probably.
wonderful? I love that. Yeah, I love that they don't give it an answer. That's what ruins movies. But
I
if it looks
thought
like, I guess that's That's what the sequel eventually did, apparently, or the sequels.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but did they do a lot of nuke testing out in Nevada?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that my vote's on the nuclear testing there caused by the radiation. Of
Well,
Right. Well,
yeah.
when they're speculating
When
here in this scene, they do throw that out there.
yeah.
which is good writing.
Sorry, go
When
ahead,
they were
DG.
first working on the nuke stuff, right, with Oppenheimer and all those boys. I mean, did they not actually drop a bomb like not many miles away from actual troops in the field just to test
Well, yeah.
what the
Well,
results would
well,
be?
not that they also dropped them. They also dropped it near islands to kill the natives, so they could test the radiation effect on people.
Oh, gee,
Well,
that's charming,
well,
isn't it?
they announced it in
Well,
the
they did
Las
that to their
Vegas
own
paper.
soldiers too.
They used to drop them
Well,
about
yeah, that
40.
was my point. Yeah, they
Yeah,
actually nuked some of their own soldiers. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know
They
if they
did.
ever they died from radiation or
yeah.
whatever.
They did.
I
No,
don't know.
Yeah, some of
they
them
dropped.
immediately, some of them slowly.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead, Gorilla.
they dropped them about 40 miles from Las Vegas, so they announced in the paper, and everybody drive out to go watch the bomb be tested.
Oh God.
But
Well, what's
there's
crazy?
there's an actual account there. They had a ton of soldiers there. They're doing a demonstration there. And they told them, "All right, when we give the order, you guys drop your heads down and cover up your eyes there." So they did, and all these guys have. They're talking
You'll
about
be just
how
fine.
when the bomb exploded, they could see the bones in their hands
Oh my
Yes.
God.
through their closed eyes.
And they all died of
That's
cancer.
scary.
Those that didn't die on the spot. And by the way, as we all know, that's what killed John Wayne. Is he shot out there? His movie The Conqueror, where he's playing Genghis Khan. And they told the whole production crew, they said, "Hey, everybody, there's plutonium under this here ground, and it's valuable. You can make a lot of money off plutonium." So that's what everybody was telling themselves as they were filming the movie, and all the cast died of cancer.
Maybe they had it confused with platinum.
Well, what they were doing was they were just trying to give them excuses so they wouldn't spread the word back to the public.
Yeah,
That
well,
was still there was
always
a lot
that.
of, well, even still now, but you can't trust the government. There's a lot of misinformation going on out there.
Well, actually, I don't trust the media either because they're just as bad now.
No. Oh yeah, well now the government has full control over the media. That's the problem, right?
Man, I don't care if it's left or right wing media. I don't believe a lot of what
No,
they say.
no, it's
A lot
all
of it's
yeah,
BS.
it's all compromised. An innocent reporter will be shut down and will disappear. So yeah, you won't see that anymore.
Mm. Yeah, it used to
Um,
be media used to be really good 20, 30 years ago, but they're sure not anymore.
yeah, like Watergate, you'll never see something like that ever again.
Yeah, exactly.
No, real. So here's where
Yeah, I
Earl.
like how they didn't explain it as well. I thought that was kind of because the movie's so fast paced. I think that might have slowed it down if they went too much into the science stuff.
Well, and it leaves the mystery, which I like about that. So that they, when they are throwing
Agreed.
ideas around, one of them does say radiation, and then that's when Earl says, "I vote for outer space," which is great because that's a throwback to the old monster movies. Kind
Mm.
of both of those, radiation and outer space, I guess. Now they're thinking everything's safe because they haven't seen a sign for hours. Of course, Val says, "Why don't you just take a little stroll out there and find out?"
That's a great line.
It is.
Kevin Bacon's really great in this film.
He is.
Everyone's really great in this film. I don't think
Oh
there's
yeah,
a bad actor in the bunch.
no,
Maybe
true, true.
Now that I think about it, I think this was the first movie that he made that I liked with him in it. I wasn't into
so
the
you didn't
chick
like
flicks,
Nightmare
the
on Elm
Footloose.
Street.
Well, that's right. He was one of the kids, wasn't he? Just
You
like
know,
Johnny
you're
Sure
Depp.
wrong.
was.
And here's
It
where
all
we
depends on the
have where
material,
Val
I guess.
tries. It is. About Friday the 13th, too. We got a lot of up and coming stars there playing victims. So here's where Val decides that he's going to try to see if it's still there. So he starts poking around with a stick. And
Uh-oh.
unfortunately, it is still there, and it grabs a hold of the stick and almost takes him with it. And they realize they've been waiting there the whole time. That's exactly right, just like the guy up on the electrical tower.
I like how they figured out by this point, though, that as long as they stay on, like rock or something very solid that the worms can't penetrate, they're basically safe, at least temporarily.
Right. In fact, what's
However,
interesting is Go ahead, Nemesis.
It's, oh, it just it it's a trap too. It's a double-edged sword because they're up on the rock, but it acts like an amplifier. So Stumpy there is
Yes.
just going to hang out and
Well, yeah. Also, they're just going to die of thirst or hunger, if they stay there too long, right? So it's totally a
just
trap. Yeah, I agree.
just they're smart. The graboids are really smart. That's what I like about them too. They're not just like mindless killing machines. They're like,
They're learning, right? They're because
Right.
this is actually their prey, and they're learning by what their prey is doing.
Yeah.
And what's cool
Well,
is the writer. That's how he came up with the movie. He was hiking in the desert, and he was on a rock, and he imagined this and kind of envisioned kind of a rough idea, and he wrote it down and kept the idea, and then made a screenplay out of it.
interesting. So I guess high level predators do probably figure out strategies to hunt their prey, don't they? I mean, in the real world.
oh,
Yes,
definitely.
Yeah. So it
bears,
makes
all of them.
sense.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of times people get killed because they're underestimating whoever's after or whatever's after them.
Yeah, that's why I don't go wandering around out in the woods in Canada.
Now without guns, right? Now without guns or
Yeah, I
heavy
would.
bear
Yeah,
spray.
for sure.
Oh,
So
it's
here's where
fine. You
she
just got to be
surmises.
aware.
I've heard of too many people out here in BC
Yes,
getting,
and don't
eaten by bears every year. So, you
yeah,
know,
don't carry a bunch of food with you. Yes.
yeah,
So
true.
here's where she realizes that it senses the seismic vibrations from them being on the rocks. It can hear every movement. Now, of course, she looks all excited, and they're not exactly as excited as she is.
Well, she's a scientist.
Well, she is right, and we, of course, as day turns to night, and of course, well, I hate to be crude, but I got to take care of some business. Of course, we all know what that means.
Hey, Jim. Good to see you, buddy.
Hello, Jim. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And here we have him waking up the next morning, and like a desert, apparently it was cold overnight, so Al kind of gave her his jacket to cover her up.
Oh, dude,
And
it's
she
awful in
realizes
the
that
desert overnight.
absolutely. If Good Eye Bill's still in the chat, he can tell us he lives in a desert.
Well, and apparently, like that first scene where we saw met Rhonda. Apparently, in real life, when they were filming it, it was in the middle of like it was snowing, and it was like one of the coldest days of the set.
Hmm.
Oh, nice. That's definitely
Wow.
better than over 100 degrees, I guess.
Uh, give or take, I don't know, man. Cold sucks. So does
Yeah.
hot. Being hot though
Oh,
too.
yeah, you're right about that. Well, yeah, but it's easier to, but it's easier. I don't know, I always thought it was easier to warm up than it is to cool down.
This is very true. Generally speaking, yeah, you can just take layers off. Then
Must have still been a challenge though for the cast to be out in the elements like this, filming this thing, because I can imagine there's some very hot and cold times, out there.
oh, for sure,
That's why,
super hot, super
yeah,
cold, rattlesnakes, scorpions, like
Yeah.
that's why Kevin Bacon
malfunctioning
hated,
animatronics.
yeah, that's why Kevin Bacon hated doing the movie so much.
Really? Did he? Wow. That's kind of weird
Oh,
because it's
yeah, 'cause
probably one of his more popular
he,
films for a lot of us fans.
I agree. He hated doing the movie, but he needed the money because he just got married and he had a baby. He
Oh,
had just came off Footloose and those other movies, so he thought this was going to tank his career.
so after Footloose, he didn't make money off of that? Gee, I thought he would have made cash out of that movie because it was so
Well,
popular.
yeah, he would, but when your expenditures, yeah, but when your expenditures, outweigh your salary, right?
Oh, so Kevin
But the
was
problem with
living
celebrities, they tend to start
high lifestyle.
overspending, right? I think so. Especially if he just got married,
Uh,
he was probably, yeah.
Oh,
Maybe he bought a big diamond ring or something.
I bet you right now they're probably not even married anymore. No, wait, he's married to Kira Sedgwick, if I pronounced it right.
I
I
remember
think they've
that
been
name.
married a long time. Now, if that's true, good for them.
yeah.
So here's where she
Anyway,
realizes
let's
that there's
catch
some
up on the
holes.
chat here.
Yes, thank you, Gorilla.
Limit says hungry. I've been in nothing much, yeah, or New Mexico, yeah. Plaxer says Stumpy. Skoga says don't forget about gluten-free apples. And
Oh, I
Nemesis
know it,
Stumpy
right?
might be the smartest one of the graboids. Yeah,
He's the
I
one
think
that.
I think Stumpy is.
Yeah,
And,
he's the one who grabbed Val and Earl's truck.
yeah. And welcome, Jim's
Right, right,
Landscape.
and he's there. Hello, Jim. Thank you for joining us. And Stumpy's there all the way to the very end. So maybe Stumpy's older than the other two,
Yeah,
more experienced.
Maybe.
yeah,
Maybe
thinking.
Stumpy's like their father or something, and he's teaching them.
yeah. And
Possibly.
Pleasant says hi, everybody in the chat. Jim's or Lemon Pie says hi, Jim Pie Picker.
Hi,
And
Lemon.
Commodore says thanks, cool, thanks for the greeting. Wish the other host didn't read my comment in chat.
We attempt to read every chat in my streams because I appreciate everyone that comes in here. So we are nothing without the chat. And I will always consider you guys my friends, and I'll never disrespect anybody, I promise. And like I tell everybody, if we do miss your chat, please shout at me and tell me and remind me and say, hey, idiot, you forgot my chat. And then I'll make sure to highlight it.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes it takes a couple minutes for us to catch up the chat because we're getting into a good conversation here.
Yes, that it does do, right?
Jim says hi, Pleasant Valley Picker, Lemon Pie.
Hi,
Laughing
Jim.
my ass off. Take his career without Tremors, he'd not have gotten stir of echoes. Then here's apparently a puppy video from Jim's Landscaping.
Mm.
Jim's got some beautiful dogs. And of course,
Hey, we're up
this is
to
where she
11
says
people.
All right, very cool. I hope you guys are having a great time. And if you're enjoying this, please consider hitting the like button. And if you haven't subbed, maybe try doing that. I got a lot of interesting things on the channel. So here's where
thanks
she's
everyone
coming
for
up with
being here.
I know. And once again, it was a reminder, everybody, happy birthday to Nemesis. If I had the breath without wheezing and coughing, I would sing happy birthday to you. But you want to hear somebody coughing happy birthday.
No,
Maybe
save
we
your
can get
breath,
Gorilla
buddy.
to
It's
sing a
just
note
fun
or
being
two.
here.
Of
You
what?
might get a copy thing anyway if you sing that. Don't they still claim copyright
Nope.
somebody on that thing?
Nope.
No?
Happy birthday is public domain.
Okay, I've heard both back and forth, so I'm not certain.
Well, yeah, there was a period where they thought it was owned, and then a lot of people, we talked about that earlier, a lot of companies
A lot of
didn't use it
people,
because
yeah,
they,
people complained, right?
but it went all the way up to Superior Court, who deemed it as public domain.
Oh, cool. But is it public
So
domain in
here's,
Canada? Like, if I sing it here, maybe it might not be good.
I think it's public domain
No,
everywhere.
it's all good, guys. I'd rather not get this any struck, but
You probably
it's
don't
all
want to hear
good.
my voice anyway, so.
Oh, dude, I
and
love
I'm
hearing
pretty,
your voice, PvP.
Oh, thank you, man.
You always have
Thank
good
you.
things to say.
Oh,
Of
thank
course.
you,
maybe when
man.
I
I
maybe
enjoy your comments too, man.
maybe when I
Thank
feel a little
you.
better, we can do it. We can do a barbershop quartet, and I get better.
That'd be fun. We could do karaoke
So
or something.
well, I'm not going to
Hey, Cap.
believe me.
Nice to
I'll
see you.
spare you. I'll spare you guys the pain of that. I'm not good at that. So here's where Rhonda realizes they need to get. They all realize they need to get out of there, trying to come up with ideas, and they haven't got a lot of options. So that's when Rhonda notices conveniently the poles just happen to be laying right there. Thank goodness. What do you know?
Good
Thank
thing.
goodness for Hollywood.
Good thing for
And of
plot
course, they're still
contrivance.
arguing in the meantime. Exactly right. And as they're arguing, she's already headed off to the next rock. And
Right?
pole
Like,
vaulting.
this girl's a keeper. My goodness.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Why
Right.
can't I find a
You stick
girl
with
like
her.
that?
Right. If you stick with her, your chances of survival have just increased by 2. And they like that idea. And of course, Earl grabs a couple poles and hands one to Val. At Tammy Lynn Baxter, she do much pole vaulting. Making digs, of course, with the blonde in the pictures in the truck with the wig.
Right.
No, Earl's pretty cool
Yeah,
character
probably
as a sidekick.
Yes. The chemistry is great.
Because often sidekicks are kind of
I think if I had
not as
Tammy,
interesting, but he was really good in this.
Oh,
right, usually
everyone's
one of them's
awesome
like-
in this.
yeah, usually one of the sidekicks is weaker to the leading man, but they're actually equal in this. So I like
That's
that.
what I meant. But
And
yeah, they're like best buddies, sort of equal. Yeah, exactly.
And Kevin Bacon being the bigger star, they don't go out of their way to make him look smarter. So I like, in a way, he's kind of dumber than Earl. I like that.
I think so. Yeah, I agree. I think Earl's the brains of the operation.
And by
Oh,
the
for
way,
sure.
yeah, and by the way, if I was there and Tammy Lynn Baxter was there, I'd leave her on the rocks because I don't think she's going to be doing as much good. No offense to Tammy Lynn Baxter out there if you're listening.
Oh no, they're good for their own purpose.
There we
They just
go.
they wouldn't thrive in that situation. Certainly not.
No, no, not at all. They'd be, oh, I break a nail. I can't do that. But of course, on Earl's first attempt, he doesn't make it. So I like that. It's not perfect. But on the second attempt, much better. And here we go with Val doing his attempt. And there they go.
So I assume they had stunt people doing this scene.
I'm sure they did. That's why
Yeah,
they shot from a distance, I'm sure.
yeah,
Except
yeah,
for the close ups. Yeah.
yeah. Makes
Well,
sense.
that makes sense because, I mean, it's not only for getting people who can pole vault, but the unions and lawsuits and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, they're not going to let the
Oh
actors
yeah,
go up
the
there and get
insurance
injured.
would go sky high, right? Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, and the union, some people have a union and they will sue if you
Oh
don't let them do
right,
their job.
of course. Well, I mean, they got
That's
a right
why,
to do their job, I
yeah,
guess. Yeah.
well, they do. But they have a big trouble, a big problem with Tom Cruise because he likes to do his own stunts.
Yeah, that's true.
And here
I
we
think
are,
that's
Earl
a mark
getting
of a
caught.
good actor, though.
Well, I'm glad he did, and that's when, like I said earlier, I'm not a fan of Tom Cruise, but at least he gives it his all. So, especially
Yeah, I
when he's on
respect him
Oprah
for that.
Winfrey,
I respect him. Oh, geez, I
especially when
remember
he's
that.
humping up and
Oh,
down.
that's
Right, right.
infamous.
Especially when he's on Oprah Winfrey. Yeah,
Yeah, you got to wonder if Tom Cruise was on something that day, because man, it was weird.
that day.
Well, you know what I mean. He was extra weird that day.
Anybody who knows what we're talking about, some of the most infamous scenes that ever on the old Oprah Winfrey show was, first of all, you got a car, you got a car. But the
Oh
other two
God,
was Tom Cruise, and the other one was uh, what's the crack addict? Sydney, or the one that's saying "I Will Always Love You" from The Bodyguard?
that
Whitney
thank God I
Houston.
never saw.
Right, right. She gets on there, and Oprah is interviewing her, and she looks right at Oprah and she goes, "Crack, it's beautiful, it's wonderful. You need to try it." And as you do that, Oprah's looking at the camera like, "Where am I?"
Oh, Oprah should know. She's on a show that she created, which features weird people like crack addicts.
Right. Well, when she was trying to say Whitney Houston was her friend, and then Whitney Houston gets on there and she's high as a kite.
And then Whitney Houston drowns in the bathtub.
She drowns in the bathtub. And Nicole Kidman divorces Tom Cruise because she said that Scientology did not take the gay away.
Oh wow. Oh my.
Uh-huh.
Uh, yeah, Nicole's
All right.
pretty nice looking too. So
Yeah.
boy,
Let's
Tom
catch
couldn't
up
keep
But,
her.
on
but she,
yeah.
thank you,
Oh,
Gorilla. I appreciate it.
all right. Here's LDG's hashtag for the Nets channel.
Check
Says
out
thanks pop.
LDG's channel, everybody.
Yeah, he says thanks pop culture. There, he says you're great. Kevin Bacon should bow to what this film provided him.
I
And
totally agree.
here, and here's Jim's Landscapes channel. Captain
Check
Fleet says in
out
the style
Jim's
style
channel.
of Stevie
Excellent,
Wonder.
excellent, great graphics.
Yeah. Captain Finity says in the style of Stevie Wonder. For UFO says, Happy Cake Day, Nemesis.
Thank you.
Jim says
Absolutely.
hey to Captain Finity. LOL, hiya Cap. Says hungry. Definitely public domain, says Captain Finity.
Oh, that's good to know.
Captain says Jim and
Yes,
hungry.
it absolutely is.
Nemesis says at hungry. T did recognize what Tremors did for him. He even said it in one character he wanted to go back and work on again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kevin Bacon
Well, he did.
totally
See, what happened
recognized what
was,
this did for him.
right. What happened was during the movie, during the filming, he thought it was going to take his career, and it didn't make the money he was hoping for when it hit the box office. But when he saw the cult following and how big it hit home theater, that's when it dawned on him that it's probably more popular than his other movies. When you think about it, it stands the test of time better than Footloose.
Oh
Sorry
yeah.
to keep
Hey,
referring to Footloose.
Did Bacon have in a contract somewhere to get residuals from like DVD, VHS sales, all that stuff?
I don't know about this particular movie. Usually, it depends on what the movie is.
Yeah, because this is what, 70s, late 70s? I forget.
1990.
1990,
Yeah,
oh, that
this
late.
is like early '90s.
Oh, they must have had better contracts by then, I would think then.
Well, it depends on how they negotiate.
Yeah, because now, I mean, that's where a lot of people make their money, right, off of the media sales and probably the streaming stuff even a bit, you know.
Well, even back then, if the actors were savvy enough, Alec Guinness, that's the only way he signed on to the original Star Wars was if he got a chunk of the pie, and look what happened there.
Well, he had the star power though, right? Because he was probably one of the
Well, he
only
did. That's what.
people in the
That,
film that everybody knew, right?
him and Peter Cushing. So,
Well, yeah,
but
because they
yeah,
were
Alec
big
Guinness,
stars.
right? Alec Guinness. There's even interviews where he says, "I didn't know what any of the words were meant. I didn't.
Oh, I
Nothing made
remember.
sense.
Yeah, he said he
Yeah,
had
all I
no
know is
idea
that
what
I
the
get
film
like
was about.
right. All he knows is that he get like 5% of the gross, and it's like, my goodness, that's millions and millions. And he did say
Yeah.
that movie made him very, very rich, and he was glad he took the role afterwards,
Well, let's
which is
face it. I mean,
obviously why he came back for the sequels.
the main cast was relatively unknown. That even Harrison Ford, who'd done some movies by then,
American
was
Graffiti.
not
American
was not
Graffiti
a
is all he had done.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, he did another movie called The Conversation by Francis Ford Coppola, which is quite excellent. But he's only in the movie for maybe
That's
like 3 minutes.
right. Well, he was also in Apocalypse Now in a very small role.
Yeah,
But the
but he was
conversation
good
you're
in
talking about
that.
with Gene
He
Hackman,
was
right?
good in that.
Oh,
Oh, that's a
Yes.
great movie.
But the conversation you're talking about with Gene Hackman, right?
Yep, Gene Hackman. Gene Hackman's performance in that
Yes.
is phenomenal.
Gene Hackman is phenomenal. Everything he ever did.
Yeah, yeah. But
And he's
that's one
still
of my
alive.
favorite
He's just
films.
retired. Yeah, he's
Yeah, he
alive, but
gave
he's
up.
just
What about?
retired.
Did he give up 15 years ago or something? He just called it quits.
Like Jack Nicholson, they know when their time is up.
Yeah. Well, they're smart. They're smart that way. They can go count their money and enjoy the rest of their lives, right? So,
I completely agree. They have the money where they don't have to worry about it.
yeah.
And here's where they make it to the truck just in time, of course.
yeah.
Go
We
ahead,
got
Gorilla.
time. We still got quite a few more chats. You guys got
Go for
mentioning
it.
here.
Thank you.
Go for
Bruce
it,
Thank you,
says
Gorilla.
Gorilla.
hi to Nemesis. Captain C says happy birthday, Nemesis.
Thanks,
Ne-
Cap.
Nemesis says thank you to Captain. Nemesis says hail, good to see you, Jim's Landscape. Nemesis, thanks for that, said Hungry. And
Of course.
Jim says happy birthday to you, Nemesis.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate that.
There's the Phantom Boomers
Absolutely.
channel. Nemesis says
Of
thank
all
you,
places
Jim.
for you to, of all places for you to spend your birthday, Nemesis, you spend it with us, and I really appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad to be here. It's a good community. I'm enjoying it.
It
Yeah.
is. I mean, we have the best people here, and it's. I think I'm very blessed and happy for that.
Yeah, Skogly says Captain Affinity here. Jim says, hey, Pop Culture, did you get my friend request on Twitter?
Oh, I will check it. I haven't been on Twitter as much as I should, but I will check that. Now, of course, now here we are pulling up my Twitter.
Yeah. Dear's Oiler Greg's channel. And Hungry says, and Jack Nicholson took the Joker role only after negotiating points. Money from the cross on Batman.
I have to say, and he was the absolute worst Joker ever. I mean, talk about bad casting. It's like, oh, Jack Nicholson, sure, sign right here. And it's like afterwards, oh my God. But oh well.
Then Skogly says Gene Hackman is 93.
Hackman.
Yeah, still. Lex Luthor. The best Lex Luthor. Okay, so here's where they make it back to the truck just in time. And we have one of the little snakes saying hello. And she's struggling to get the truck started. And she, unfortunately, it's a manual. So she's having to hit the clutch and change gears at the same time. And she can't even see where they're going. So it's a good thing she doesn't wreck the truck. And
Gosh,
that's
some of the best blind driving I've ever seen.
all right. I love it too. And it's funny too because they're all like celebrating that they got out of there. And she's like, hey guys, I need some help here.
That's one thing I like about this film too. That in spite of it being like a horror kind of action suspense flick or whatever you want to call it, it does have a good amount of humor in it, which makes it a lot of fun too.
It does. Yeah, it's
Definitely.
actually everything's well balanced, kind of like American
Yeah,
Werewolf in London. It's done just right.
exactly.
But it's got that biting edge, but it's got the humor and the casting. I mean, everything. It's like once again, they hate to use an old term, but it's like lightning in a bottle. It's
Yeah,
very good a movie this good.
and the thing is, these films are there. Any young filmmaker could study them and learn from them, and I don't know why they're not.
They don't want to bother because they think they know better than everybody else, and they break out with the shaky cam. Don't you love this shaky cam?
Yeah, but you think when the box office
Oh,
bombs, you think they'd realize maybe they're not doing it the right way.
yeah, you'd hope. But now they fail upwards these days. Just look at Akiva Goldsman. And think about
Sadly, it
this.
seems.
You guys, right? You guys have seen all the crappy writing, all the horrible Rick and Morty shit that's out. And look, the writers are actually on strike for more money. Isn't that nice? Never enough money set for such high talent, right?
Yeah, well, I know all about strikes. We got like 150,000 civil servants that could go on strike any day now up here in Canada,
Well,
including
civil
people
servants
working
deserve
for
it.
working for Income Tax Canada, which means I don't know if ever I'm going to get my tax refund. Like, thanks, guys.
Well, they
Hey, old
wait. Are
Dave
those the ones
C.
that
Good
do
to
your
see you
taxes,
here,
or
bud.
those the ones that process? Are those the ones that
Well,
do your taxes, or the ones that
I,
process
I
the returns?
I went to the community resources that do seniors taxes for free here back at the end of last
That's what
month.
I'm saying. So if your taxes are already filed, you should be good, right? Are you
They
talking about
filed,
the
yeah,
people
and the
who?
guy filed it online, and he said they should take about 2 weeks. And here I am. I phoned actually the automated line today, and it says I should get my assessment by the 26th, which is almost a month after I filed on. He filed my taxes online, so
Right.
it's all effed up because of all this strike crap, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The people going on
Anyways,
strike.
we should probably talk about the movie and
Yes.
not politics.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm derailing it again.
And welcome, Dave C. It says, hail hungry for. He says, hola, Dave C. He says, hungry.
Hey, Dave C. Good to see you. Of course, they're still back trying to figure out what's going on, and we have Walter trying to reach somebody on the CB radio. And they're trying to get Bert and his wife, but no response. And of course, Walter's telling her she should be able to solve everything because she's a scientist. And she's like, "Oh, but not an expert." I love this how they're throwing around ideas, and all Walter cares about, he wants to give him the name so he can try to market it and make some money off of it.
Walter, that's
I
so
forget the
funny.
damn name.
He's like P.T. Barnum or something.
He is. He's like a cheap dime store P.T. Barnum. And now they're thinking that somebody's bound to check on them once they see the road is out and the lines are down. And here we are with the people who coming to check out why the roads are down. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
It looks like this person didn't make it very far either.
looks
So
like
much for help.
yeah, it looks like they had a snack there.
Yep, looks like a
Yikes!
telephone repair person.
Ouch!
Oh, suckoids. Oid. He likes the word oids. Oids. I like snakeoids. And of course, this guy thinking a pickaxe is going to stop him.
You'd probably need a flamethrower or something.
Right. Now, remember at this point, Val and Earl are the ones who have actually seen them. The rest of them, all they've seen is that broken snake head. So they're trying to figure out about the vibration and then start being quiet. Of course, chainsaw.
So why didn't these things get attracted beforehand? It's all of a sudden now.
That's how
I'm
horror movies
assuming it's
usually
just
happen.
because they were born, right? Like, it took for
Right.
however long for them
Maybe it
to
was-
their
maybe
life
they-
cycle to go.
Maybe they were feeding off desert animals for a while.
No, maybe they like go into some kind of weird hibernation for a lot of years too before they come back, right?
That's
That's
possible.
very possible.
And here's where Val realizes, and he puts two and two together, that he has the map of the valley, and it looks like everything leads right to perfection.
Uh-oh.
Each victim along the road is on the way towards town. Later they realize, oh, looks like it's worse than they originally thought. And then they ask about the little girl, and they say, oh, she's okay. I saw her playing down the street. And it's like, oh,
Oh
no.
no.
And now we have Walter. Well, of course, that's all Walter's still thinking about is graboids. That's it, graboids. And that's the name, of course, as we know, sticks. Walter.
I gotta say, it looks like Walter's got a lazy eye. Was that actually real in the actor, or was he just performing that?
That might have been his trademark. But that was him.
Okay.
I mean, he did the same thing for Big Trouble in Little China. He did the same thing.
Okay, so maybe he's just naturally that way then. Okay.
Character actor. That's another thing that I sorely miss these days are good character actors that look the part.
There
If
used
this
to be
was made right
lots
now,
of those.
everybody would be all handsome, young, and in their now they'd be able to be all young and in their 20s right now, and the
Yeah,
only
so you
people
got to be
dying would
young
be
and
like
in your
older,
20s.
fat, and ugly, right? And
Yeah, and if
or
you're not young and in your
older,
20s, you don't want to watch it.
right? You're the victim. Right? Like the
Yeah.
old man, the old fat guy is going to die first, especially if he's bald and if he's white.
Well, at least I'm not bald.
And here's where she realizes, well, they can't move through rock, and they're trying to come up with ideas, thinking they should head to the mountains because they're solid
Hmm.
granite. And of course, the ball gets thrown in there and it hits Earl, and I think he's about ready to snap. If you don't knock it off, you're going to be shitting this basketball.
I love Earl. Earl's awesome, man. He might be my favorite character in the movie, actually, when I think about it.
Pardon my French. A little late now, but
That
nobody
has
cares.
extra meaning up
I'm
here.
sure they all feel the same way. Right. All right, here's we have the mother here looking around for her daughter.
Oh no.
And that's when they realize, and when I'm going to kick his ass, I'm him. So this is where Earl says, now I'm going to really kick his ass this time. And when he goes out and he calls for Melvin, he sees Melvin at the top of the pole shaking in fear.
Ouch.
And as you can see, Melvin has been bitten in the leg. So I think Melvin, another example like we talked about last night during Lost in Space, this is what happens. This is the boy who cries wolf. And of course, the first thing they think about is Melvin get down, but then they realize he's up there for a reason. And here we are.
Wow.
Everybody takes off. And Walter tells them to come inside the store. And they realize they're surrounded and they need to be quiet.
Uh-oh.
Now remember, no noise, no vibrations.
Oh, I wonder what's gonna happen.
The pogo stick.
This was brilliant. Totally brilliant.
It was, right. And of course,
Yeah.
she happens to have earphones on so she can't hear them yelling for her.
Of course. Well, it seems like a lot of people wear earphones when they're out and about these days.
I do.
Oh,
I don't want to talk to people. I put my headphones in and ignore everyone.
I'm just afraid I'll get run over because, some of the drivers around, you never know. They might hit the sidewalk,
I have seen people. I used to live somewhere where they had train crossings right next to a college, a city college, and people all the time had those dumb headphones on, would walk right in front of a train. It happens a lot more than you'd expect.
I've heard of people being killed that way, actually.
That's exactly what happened to them.
That's why you got to pay attention to your surroundings. I have my headphones in all the time, but I'm looking around.
Yeah, I don't even bother with headphones.
Sometimes
Unless
here
I'm
I'll
at
see
home.
people driving with them. I'll see people driving with them on here sometimes, and that's highly illegal. But they do it anyway. So they grab her off the pogo stick just in time as the pogo stick gets sucked into the ground. When was the last time you guys saw somebody on a pogo stick or a unicycle? Right?
Oh, it's been a long, long time, if ever. I don't think any of the kids when I grew up actually played with pogo sticks. Come to think of it,
Nope.
maybe it wasn't
I
a big
had
thing
one,
in those years though.
but I'm
All right.
old. Well,
Uh,
no, because what happened was people get their little boo boos and their feelings get hurt and they want to sue. That's the problem. Go ahead, Gorilla.
I was gonna start catching up on the chat here.
Thank you.
Hungry says, putting shaky cam into horror monster films is like hiring Amy Schumer to be a Bond girl.
That's one of the scariest things I've ever read. That's horrific.
I
Yeah.
hate. I absolutely hate shaky cam. I
I
remember
hate
when
Amy
it when
Schumer too.
TV. But my mother used to watch a lot of TV, and every TV show was shaky cam, and I hated it.
Hey, Pop, should I tell you the same thing that you told me when I was complaining about the Dutch angle?
Oh, you like shaky cam, or you don't?
Oh, I don't, but you said
By the way,
you hate
for that reason,
you hate shaky cam just about as much as I hate the Dutch angle.
well, a Dutch angle is an experienced cinematographer. A shaky cam is an inexperienced cinematographer. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to see a great joke, just based around shaky cam, the first Brady Bunch movie, because it shows the town, the regular town outside the Brady Bunch house, and there's shaky cam. It shows the cops going by and lights and sirens, and the camera's just shaking left and right. And then it cuts to the inside of the house, and the camera is still in static, just like the Brady Bunch comedy show used to be. And it's an excellent play on the camera angles, and that was my even after all these years, my favorite joke of the whole movie.
Yeah. All right. Skogly says they could have been in stasis for literally millions of years. Oh, cool. I don't know if I read
Yep,
this, but Dave said eggshin, and Nemesis
action.
says exactly. The fact that they never explained it was nice. Dave says indeed. Skogly says sometimes you just need some good solid Forrest Whitaker eye. And Hunger's laughing at Skogly. Skogly's laughing, or Dave's laughing to Skogly. Here's PvP's channel. Hungry says Pogo. 1973 unicycle was 1988. And Captain Finity says Schumer Cam. And Hungry says laughing my ass off. It's terrifying at Captain Finity. And Captain Finity loves Dutch angles and whip pans. All right, that's all of it.
Don't forget lens flares.
It would be TOS without it.
Oh, this would hurt so bad. As
Oh
someone
yeah.
who's like crawled through barbed wire before many times, having it like cinched around your legs and then pulled would just be awful.
Did you say you crawled through barbed wire?
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm a farm kid. I grew up on a farm.
Oh, okay. I was kind of wondering. I thought, like, gee, what kind of hobby do you have?
Well, you know, crazy
That makes
extreme
sense.
training.
That makes sense. I never grew up on a farm, but I was a country kid that lived, a few miles out of town. So it was very rural back where I grew up the first 5 years or so. And one
Okay.
day, our lovely neighbor decided to put an electrical fence to, keep his cows under control. And I didn't know about it because he never told my family. And you know how kids love to climb on fences, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I got a real good shock. I think it threw me back about 5 or 6 feet. It was quite the experience.
Oh, you were like Tim in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I was like flying through the air, kind of wondering what happened. And I told my father, he was not too happy, and he went over and had a good talk with the neighbor. Yeah, it's an early memory and quite a stellar one.
All right, let's keep on track here. It's getting to be 11 o'clock.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we have her struggling, and unfortunately, the graboid grabs the barbed wire and the pole and starts pulling her, which does look and sound very painful. And of course, the snakes are so strong, the wood's snapping. And fortunately, Val comes in at the right time with a pickaxe, just like the one guy was guessing. And it looks like he hit it in the head. And I like this, and it's still alive, and it's reaching back trying to pull that thing out. I love that. But it's just enough to
Oh, it's
distract it long
awesome.
enough for them to get away. And of course, her only way out is get those pants off. So we finally get to see her nice, beautiful legs.
Well, that's not her legs I was looking at, but
Yeah.
sure.
You can tell this is totally in the 90s because it got her in granny panties instead of a thong.
It's kind of
Panty
like that.
panties. At least they're not diapers, I guess.
It's kind of like in Aliens, though, right? Where they get Ripley in their panties at the end of that one. So,
I wouldn't say those are granny
You sure
panties. Those
do.
are just regular panties.
Oh, look at the back.
They
Look
look
at the
okay
back.
to me.
Usually, granny panties go down and cover the hips.
I thought that's boy shorts.
Well, I hope guys aren't wearing granny panties.
I just wear the old regular briefs myself.
And here's where we get the ouch scene from the
Ouch.
barbed wire. And it looks like he's finally starting to warm up to her. And likewise with her with him. And there's that smile with Earl again. He knows.
He knows. He's old, wizened Earl. Yeah, he's one of the best characters in the movie for sure. And like Val and Rhonda have like a really good chemistry. It's really
Yes,
nice
absolutely.
to see.
Now notice they have the soda machine in the background to remind us that it does exist.
Oh boy, the soda machine.
So, right. And now they're still talking about what's going on. And they have the patience of Job. Sit and goddamn wait till they hear something that sounds like lunch. And Walter said they have to have a plan.
Hey, there's a product
Bixby gets
placement.
some help. There it is, Orange Crush. This is a product of Pepsi. That's why I'm guessing.
impressed.
I think Pepsi was involved because Orange Crush is owned by Pepsi.
Oh.
Well, she says, well, you could take my trucks. That's nice. We'll go into the truck. No, we need a major four-wheel drive just to get up that Jeep trail. But now they're realizing that trail is all messed up. And unfortunately, just as they do that, Walter's soda refrigerator kicks into action.
This is so funny.
They all jump over and they start pushing aside all the sodas.
I personally think they should have just left the thing and let the graboids just come up and grab it and be like, "Blah, I don't like that," and just like they should just.
But you could
stay
do that,
still.
but then you're gonna have that big hole in the floor.
Well, I mean, true.
Well, and this time at this point, they haven't realized that things can come through the floor yet, right?
You'd think, though, they'd realize that a bit of foundational wood would not keep those things out.
Oh no!
You'd think, but like, it's
and that wood's gonna vibrate like crazy, and the sound's gonna go everywhere.
But then we wouldn't have the great scene coming up, would we?
Absolutely.
No, the amazing scene with Walter. Oh no!
Yeah, this has to be one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie.
Oh, hey guys, it looks like Jim's leaving, and so good night, Jim. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, night, Jim.
Yeah, Jim. Thank you for being here, Jim.
And Sean Carter is here. Hello, Sean. Good to see you, man. Canadian Spider-Man is also here. Good to see you, Canadian Spider-Man.
Hey, Spidey.
Awesome to see you.
I love that scene too. I love that too when it's swinging Walter back and forth. It slams his head against that refrigerator too.
Dude, he does. And like, not only that, he's like halfway in. So it's like, he's gonna like, when he gets sucked into its gut, he's gonna like break his leg before he gets sucked in and gets dissolved with like acid and shit. It's gonna be brutal.
Exactly.
Yeah, the deaths are not fun in this movie.
No, I mean, think about it, you're being eaten, but now you're being eaten by a big mouth, but it's got 3 or 4 snakes in there chewing you apart. So it's like how fun.
Yeah, I have to think. I wanted to mention earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt things too much, like I tend to do at times. But I think the graboid creatures are amazing. Like it's all practical effects, I assume, right?
Oh, it is
the
practical effects models, some big, some quarter scale, hand puppets at times, And there was green screen effects too when it
Okay.
comes to the shot in the basement
In the
and when
basement, right?
the creatures come out of the mount. Yeah.
Okay, but I
But
just
the,
thought it
But
was the way they put it together was also seamless. Like it was so convincing. So it had such a
yep,
sense of realism. And I mean, when we get the shots of, I guess sometimes we get the big full scale creatures. It's like, wow, I can't believe the detail and how really great this stuff looks. It's like, man, I miss movies like this. You know?
yes, they had to really
oh,
have a lot of
totally.
ingenuity because they didn't have CGI answering the and doing everything for them, which is what they do.
Yeah,
That would think about it. These days, that's what it would have been. The whole thing would have been CGI, and it would look like garbage.
and it wouldn't look real.
Nope,
No.
not at all. In fact, even the people as like Walter in that last scene, that would have been a CGI character. Even
Quite possibly, yeah.
Uh,
I love this here where they have to get up high, and those grab boys are knocking over the shelves.
Oh, this scene too is scary when she's on top of these shelves.
Oh
Oh,
yes,
and she gets pitched through the window. It's just like, oh man.
Yeah, this freaked me out quite a bit. I was like, "Oh crap!
right.
No!"
Right? And like
That's the last
getting
place.
back to what you were
Right.
saying there, PvP, about the monster and the creature design itself, like just the fact that it's using its tongues essentially to push over the shelves.
Right?
It's like it just goes to show like the ingenuity of the creature itself.
Yeah, that's what makes it interesting. Like,
Right.
it's not just some dumb movie monster. It's actually a thing that obviously has some kind of intellect, at least as a predator, right? So it's kind of figuring things out as it goes along.
Right? Like this is an apex predator from where it comes from whatever timeline, wherever it falls into the spectrum. So
Definitely.
yeah, it's like
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally. Yeah.
Well, what's great too is they're trying to guess its every move when it's pretty much playing with them.
uh,
I do have to wonder if it might have been something that came from outer space, though, because it seems so. It does seem like something that is so alien. I can't see it originating on Earth somehow.
Well, that's
you
the
never
mystery, I
know.
guess. You have to watch. They probably cover it in the sequels at some point. Unfortunately, I hope I'm wrong.
I've never seen the sequels, so yeah, I can't say. Are the sequels any
I've
good,
seen
by
most
the
of
way,
four.
or
Oh,
Oh,
they
dude,
get
Hunger
like
PvP. You got to watch number two. At the
number
very
two?
least, do yourself a service and watch number two.
So number two is decent then.
yeah,
Okay.
Oh man, yeah, I
yeah,
might like it more than Tremors one.
Does it have any of
yeah.
this cast in it, or is it all a new
Yes,
cast?
no, it's got Earl and it's got Bert, though as
Okay.
returning characters.
Oh, okay. Well, that I like girls, so that could be fun then. Yeah, for sure.
Yep, definitely. So here's where Val breaks on the top of the roof, and thank goodness it looks like Rhonda made it over to the water tower.
It's funny. He the motivation he had as he was struggling to get through, and then all of a sudden she goes through the window, and he's like, boom, up like a shot.
Yep, and now he cares, of course.
Hey, well, hey, they've gone through a lot. She's proven to be an awesome person. Like, yeah, Rhonda's awesome.
all right, we got a lot of
Absolutely,
chats.
I think they really.
Oh, chat time.
Thank you, Gorilla.
Chat time.
All right, Captain 50 said in jump cups. Hungry says I dig Dutch chicks at an angle.
Hey,
Captain 50 says and crash zooms.
Crash
Captain 50
zoom.
says barbed wire lingerie hurts so good.
Somehow I don't see a market for that.
Yeah, here is Captain Finity's YouTube channel. Sean says, "Hey, hello," and Hungry says, "Crash zooms plus jump cuts plus Dutch angles." Jesse Franco films, and Hungry says, "Hola," and Sean says, "Hey, Hungry." Captain says, "Hello to Shark Car. Good to see you." Oops. This is Captain Canadian Spider-Man says, "Get Bop, love the Orange Crush." Nemesis, good to see you.
Same here, actually. I had an orange crush just yesterday. Yeah, me too.
oh, I love Orange Crush. It's great.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember Edge Crush, but I haven't had one of those in many years.
yeah, and
Yeah, because I
Sean,
mean, and it's yeah, the competitor Orange Fanta, and I always like Orange Crush better.
yeah. Sean says,
Coke and
"Hey,
Pepsi.
Canadian soider mab typo." This is where Jim said, "Night to everybody." PVV, great to see you and girls. Good to see you too, Canadian Spider Man.
Yeah, nice to you, Spidey.
Here's a link to Commodore Productions.
Absolutely.
He tells Commodore to have a good evening. Hungry says, "Hola, Spidey." Hungry says, "Night, Jim." There's here is Skogley's channel. Canadian says, "Hungry, you have never suffered a reboot. Great to see you, buddy." Oh, great to see you, buddy. Skogley says, "Spidey." Hungry says, "Tremors 2 was a hoot."
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Hashtag Team Earl. Canadian says, "Do you guys remember jumping around on your parents' furniture trying to avoid graboids when this movie came out? I did that a lot. My parents weren't happy. I was 18. I wasn't even born."
Oh,
So,
wow. We got a young one here.
No,
Yeah,
he's younger than me. I'm shocked. I thought I was the youngest here for sure.
I was a
Hungry.
91 boy.
Oh, I'm 89. So
Yeah, well, I'm at the end of 91. So,
okay.
Canadian Spider-Man says, "Hey, good evening to you, Skogley." And Canadian says, "Captain Finity is here too. Cool. Hi."
Hi,
Skogley
Skogley.
says, "We play that game on the round hay bales." Barbed wire with Pamela Anderson, says Canadian Spider-Man. Sean says, "Pop, check Twitter." I played that game out
Doing
in
that
the
now.
woods by myself too. I had the whole armory of stick guns to fight. No, what we played was like the floor is lava type thing. And hey, mad scientist, and
Hey,
hi,
mad scientist.
Al Gorilla, the stone woman's still frozen and perky. No, I kicked her over when I went in the ditch.
Oh no! And you never sent us a video or anything.
Oh,
What?
We
Me in the
wanted to see
ditch?
what she
I
looked like.
know. I never got.
Hey, I sent it to Pop. I sent it. To
Yeah, I
Pop.
never got to see the pole dance or anything.
No, I sent you the picture, Pop. Remember?
I know, but we never got to see the pole dance.
Oh,
So can we
well,
see the picture someday?
yeah, I'll get it. I'll pull it up. Just keep going. I'll get it pulled up.
You know, inquiring minds want to know if she's perky
Right.
or not.
Well, she was perky, all right, but a gorilla's downfall was he put her in the street.
Oh, this is too funny. Anyway,
leave it
if we never see
Mad
it, that's okay.
scientist. He'll never live it down. Okay, are we caught up with chat?
Yeah, here you
Gorilla's
go.
busy looking for the picture.
Here
There
you
it
go.
is. There's
Here's
Mrs.
Snowman
Snow
for
Woman.
you.
Oh, she doesn't
Oh,
look too attractive there.
that looks like something you'd see in
No.
Calvin and Hobbes.
She needs to really seriously work out.
Fortunately,
Yeah.
none of my
No,
girlfriends have ever looked quite that bad.
Yeah, it's going
A little too flat for my liking, Gorilla. Sorry, bro.
That's a good one.
Skogley
That's-
says, "Nice
that's
stick,
great.
man." And Mad Scientist says, "Poor
Oh.
lady." And here's Nemesis's channel. All right, we're all caught
Thank you
up.
for the pictures. Thank you for those pictures there. Those look fantastic. My goodness, that looks delicious.
That was great.
Okay. So here we are. Where Nestor, unfortunately, not knowing what's going on, says, "Hey, what are you guys doing up on the roof?" And I don't think it's going to take him long to figure it out. Now they're shouting across to the lady and her daughter. Now finally, Bert and his wife return. Uzi for you. Don't you love that license plate? Or you wouldn't last in California for a minute with a license plate like that.
I thought they have a. I like that they have a redhead in this too. That's kind of nice.
Oh, Reba's
is.
amazing.
Because they don't. I mean, it's like a mandate on no redheads anymore. It seems in films, right?
Nope. They're trying to phase them out of Hollywood, men and women.
I love redheads, man. I've never had a girlfriend that was a redhead, but I wish I had.
My mother was a redhead.
You lucky man.
I still have a picture of her from the '60s where she has this really high bouffant hairdo, kind of like Peggy
Oh,
Bundy.
Bouffant. Oh my
yeah,
God, there's a word I haven't heard in a long time.
my mom had that huge hair back in the '60s too. I think I know exactly what you mean.
Yep,
Yeah,
her glamour shot.
man, it was different times, eh?
Oh yes, fun times and good times. It was
Good
when
times,
people
yeah,
actually used to get
yeah.
along.
'60s and '70s were awesome
You know, it's,
decades.
yeah, all those protesters. Those are the ones that are now running this country into the ground. Unfortunately. So here's where we
Or
have
some of
Bert
them
and
were
his
on Wall
wife.
Street. Anyway, let's not get
Yes.
political. Let's just do the movie.
So
Yeah, because I
here's where
gotta call
Bert's
it
wife.
quits here pretty soon.
Yeah, let's just do the movie.
Bert's wife is noticing that everybody in town is up on the roof. Meanwhile, back to Walter's store, and and now they're calling on the radio. So we have Val reaching in, grabbing the radio. I like the fact that they do show them holding him by the feet, and they're messaging them saying, "We found out what's been killing people." And of course, he's not. The radio's the signal's breaking up, and he can't quite hear it. And remember now, Bert and his wife don't are still not aware of what's been going on. So and then not only that though, but she's starting. She's got a buffer there, a bullet. I don't know. It's not a grinder, but I think you put it with sand and it turns because it polishes the bullets. You got to have those polished bullets. He cracks open that beer.
Oh, I thought she was just
So he says he's on
refilling.
channel 22.
I thought they were just refilling the cartridges. They're repacking the bullets.
Is that what that does? Let me try to catch
They're
that.
all-
See if I can catch it with. I think the bullets.
Oh,
Did they already shoot those bullets? I think they're new.
oh, they're cleaning up. Oh, she is cleaning them.
And unfortunately, we get a lot of vibration and noise when that happens because they don't realize what's going on. And ooh, it looks like the Grab Boys found a new place to play. And here's where he realizes they're heading right towards Bert's place. He even tells them get out of the basement, get up on the roof. But of course, Bert's not. Remember now, this is all happening so fast. Bert doesn't know what's going on. But Bert figures he's surrounded by solid block. He'll be just fine.
Well, it's supposed
And
to withstand a nuclear blast.
Exactly right. As we all know, kids, you won't survive in a house like this. If there's really a World War III nuclear, you'll freeze to death. So there's going to be a nuclear winter. So it doesn't matter how deep you dig yourself, you're not going to make it. The only thing you'll be doing is extending your death longer than the other people.
Yeah, I doubt any of us would survive if it got to that point, really.
We wouldn't. No. In fact, if we had an actual nuclear war, you're better off being one of the ones that hit the blast because otherwise you're going to die of slow radiation, suffering, starvation, and a whole bunch of stuff.
Personally, I think if I knew the nuclear war was starting like a week from now, I'd want to stock up on bourbon and hookers.
Well, there you go. You
That's
better
a
have a
bad
lot of money.
joke, I know, but you know what I'm saying, though, right? It's like you'd be dead anyway,
Yeah.
so
Well,
why not
yeah.
enjoy yourself?
And that's if you can convince the hookers to spend the last time, their last minutes on Earth with you.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'd have some money in my bank account then. So
There you go. And here we have our excellent reveal. So they thought they were safe, but look, lo and behold, right through that block wall like it's nothing.
that was a great practical effect there.
Yeah, it
And
was.
of course, they hear screaming, so they think Bert and his wife are dead. And there it is. Now it looks like it's knocked out temporarily, but of course the person it's still awake and it wakens up. And here's where we get to see what Bert has been waiting for his entire life.
They do have quite an arsenal of weapons
Not
there,
right
I
there,
must
right
say.
there. They got
That's
a
right.
wonderful collection. This
That's
is what every
yeah.
This is what every basement needs right here. Here, this is what we all need.
That's an
Well,
impressive assortment for sure.
well, and it's a great reveal because they're shooting guns, and it looks like they're running out of ammo. And then the camera pans over, and then that's when we see the whole wall with all the guns on it. And we're like, oh, okay. So if anybody's got a chance, it's these two.
I kind of figured they'd probably survive at this point, seeing this arsenal they got here. So
Well,
But
they
then
still don't quite.
again,
As
you
you
never
see,
know.
right? Because you see this one here grabs Bert because Bert and his wife still aren't quite aware of what's going on. But thank God his wife knows how to handle that shotgun.
You picked. I think that creature picked the wrong house to go to.
Totally,
AK-47
100%.
pistol packing mama. I love that. I
That's
think a
is
woman
that
with
an AK?
oh, yes, and a woman with gun very sexy in my opinion.
Oh, for sure.
You know they had to do a lot of weapons training for these roles too. The way they handle these guns, absolutely. The way they reload, yeah, absolutely. That's
Yeah,
another reason why I really love Reba McEntire. She really gave it her all for this role.
they
Yeah,
obviously got more training than what's his face over there on the Rust scene.
I'm just wondering what was her music career going like at this point? Because I remember
She
her as
was
a
already
country
big.
singer. Okay,
Yeah, she was already big at this
wow.
point.
So I'm a bit surprised she would, star in a horror movie at that point. But
I
I guess
Well,
the
this
know.
was
offer
their
was
first
good,
film.
or
This was their first film.
oh,
Yeah,
okay,
that's what
okay.
I think she did it. I mean, honestly, obviously, she was already rich, famous, and big, so she did not need the money. So I think she did it out of fun.
Oh,
Maybe she wanted to
that's
branch.
the best reason. That's the best
Yeah,
reason to do anything.
she wanted to branch out her career and do something different. And I think she did
Oh,
an
that's
excellent
great.
job by choosing this.
All right,
Oh, yeah, she was pretty good in this. Yeah.
there. Before we get to the best gun in the whole thing here, let's catch up on the chat real quick.
All
Skogler
right,
I
says
go
do
for it.
want.
Calvin versus the
I,
Snow Goons.
hell yeah, man. So I will say before I got to give props because this has popped into my mind like 3 times. Think of how many bullets this one graboid has taken. It has taken submachine gun fire. It has taken shotgun fire. It has taken revolver fire. It has taken flare guns to the face, and it's still not dead. And bear in mind, this is like close point blank too. Like this isn't like, oh, we're like 500 meters out. It's just like,
All right, Nemesis says totally Zet Skogly. Hungry says now I am on Team Bert. LOL. And then Skogly says hashtag Team Reba. Ooh la la.
hell
Absolutely.
yeah.
Skogly says you guys know who Reba McEntire is, right? Yes, she's the only person
You
that
know
can make
what's funny? Go ahead, Gorilla.
Reba McEntire is the only person who can make you feel bad for a hooker with her song "Fancy."
Yeah, at this point when I saw this movie, I saw it. I did see it when it was new, and now I heard of her name, but I wasn't quite aware. Well, how good of a job she did. I was very pleased.
I didn't even
You would think,
recognize her.
yeah, you would think by watching this, she was an experienced actress, but considering it's her first role, she did fantastic.
All right, Libet Pie says, "What? Y'all don't have room like this in your house?" And Scully says, "Only one of the greatest country singers of all time. He was an absolutely massive superstar at the point, like on par with Garth Brooks." Or I'm guessing she.
Well, she's not that bad. I always considered him like trailer trash.
Yeah, then here's Hungry Boy's channel. No, but her song "Fancy" is the only song that can make you feel bad for a hooker.
Was she the hooker, or was she talking about a hooker?
No, she's talking about the family's poor and they're all starving and all that.
Oh, okay.
So her mom made a dress out of old stuff, a real fancy dress there. The girl's name was Fancy, and she told her to go out and impress the men and stuff, so that they could get money to
Ooh
feed the
la
baby
la.
before the baby starved. I'll send you the song if you
Gotcha.
want.
Cool.
Cool.
Okay, so yeah, I believe we're caught up. Okay, so here we go. So here we have, like the gorilla said, Bert pulls out the big gun, which is his elephant gun. And bam! Actually, that was a flamethrower that she shot. That's right, it was a flamethrower.
Oh,
Flare gun.
finally a flamethrower.
Right now
No,
he's
it was a
loading the
flare
gun.
gun, not a flamethrower.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I mean. Yeah, thank you. That's what I meant. Thank
Oh,
you
okay.
for correcting me.
Man, that's a great effect.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I can't believe how good the quality of these effects are in this film, quite frankly. I mean, what was the budget on this movie? It must have been reasonably good.
It was, but here's another thing too is this is back in the day where they spent every penny wisely, unlike today. Right now, it's $200 million budget. And the movie stinks.
Right. So most of the money went to like practical effects,
Uh huh.
cameramen, writers, directors, not just to big superstars.
Exactly. And they killed it. And of course, he's
That
like
is
about
very
ready,
cool.
and he's about ready to have an orgasm because this is like everything better than World War III. He's thinking.
I'm thinking, I never thought I'd kill anything like that.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. If they would have had time, that would have probably been the best sex of their lives, right there.
Yeah. Right there in front of the monster. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
What
you'd
are you
want to
talking
like.
about? Of course they have time. Like,
Yeah,
you can have a quickie.
that's
The
not the
adrenaline
only
is
one
flowing
though.
anyways.
You wouldn't want to lie down on that floor and go for a quickie and get eaten halfway through it.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
no,
but
you stay
they
within
almost had a.
out of grabbing
Hey,
distance.
hey, that'd be one hell of a way to go out. That'd be one hell of a story that would get passed down for generations in that town.
For
I think you'd be
sure.
better to just save the sexual tension for later and actually enjoy it when you were safe.
Yes.
That's what I'd do.
And of course, excellent news is they're celebrating, and they call over the radio that they killed it. Mother
We killed
Humper.
that mother humper.
Mother Humper, that's a good one. Oh God, this is good.
Oh, that's right. They have to keep saying Roger every time on the radio. Like that
Yeah.
matters.
Oh man, that just reminds me of that Family Guy sequence when Brian doesn't say over there until eventually just full stew down through by a cord from the second floor because he didn't say over.
Oh, over and out. So they do get they hear over the radio to get up on the roof. So they do that, which is smart.
And they do realize now that these things can indeed be killed, which is pretty cool.
Yes. Well, they're
If it
narrowing them
bleeds, we can
down.
kill it.
Yeah.
And here's where they
We're
realize
trying,
you can't make
gorilla.
fun of right. We can't make fun of Bert's lifestyle anymore. And of course,
That's funny.
their house is surrounded, and we can see the ground moving.
That's cool.
And unfortunately, they're wasting ammo by shooting into the ground, and that's when he realizes that you can't penetrate the dirt.
Yeah, I'd say let them come to the surface and then blast them.
But I think, yeah, but remember now, the grab boys are smarter than that. That's why they're staying under the ground. They know what's going on.
Yeah, but maybe get some like loudspeakers and do a lot of vibrations to kind of lure them up to the surface.
Right?
They
Maybe
might be too
some
smart
long
for
poles.
that. They might be too smart for that.
Maybe
Well, I
some
mean,
poles.
ultimately, if you wanted to, because they are so sensitive to sound, you could just set up speakers that at the right frequency to just repel them.
That's a good
You
idea.
could.
I never thought of
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, practice with different frequencies. Something that'll drive them crazy.
that's good. Good point.
Well, until
I
they
would,
eat the
I would
speaker.
start. I would start with Barry Manilow.
Barry repels me every time I hear him.
they actually they play Barry Manilow outside convenience stores to get rid of people, and it works.
Oh, get this! There's a supermarket here that plays modern pop music with all that auto-tune stuff. Every time I go
yes.
in there, the only reason I go in is because the prices are good, but the music is bloody awful. So I'm in and out as
I
quick
guess-
as I can be.
Yeah, they don't want you
Hey.
sticking around. I guess.
Well, yeah, I don't want to stick around and listen to that stuff. Hey, what kind of hairdo would that be on Reba there?
Well, I think the wind is blowing it, so it's going to look different than it did earlier in the movie.
It's very
I think she
creative.
just got it up in a ponytail.
Yeah, she had it in a ponytail earlier, and it's kind of piled a little high, but the wind is
Okay.
also blowing it at this point. See,
Okay, I was wondering.
it's also a little butch, I guess you could say.
I thought it kind of had
Practical,
that I just
practical.
rolled out of bed look,
Well,
Oh,
it
you
makes
know,
sense,
they just had crazy, passionate tremor sex. So, you know, it's the messy
Right.
hair.
Oh, that explains it then. Yeah.
Of course.
So here's Here's where they tell Bert that he's the only one that has a truck that can get out of the valley. You get to the mountains, you keep going, guys, you go. So they're telling Bert and his wife to get in that truck and head for help over in Bixby. And now they realize, well, if it isn't our old pal Stumpy, what do you know from the beginning of the movie? And Stumpy, which this is really cool too, is checking out the scenery, trying to figure out how to get in. So Stumpy's not done yet. And now we see the building starts to rock. So yeah, Stumpy's not going to let them sit this time. And the roof starts to collapse. So that really shows some massive strength on the behalf of those beings, because that building was on a concrete foundation.
Yeah, but you'd be pissed too if they just took out your partner.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. Because those things, it might be a family. Now, unfortunately, they're attacking.
It could be a father and his offspring kind of thing, right? So.
Yep, maybe
No.
a father, a mother, and a child.
Or a mother.
No, that's not no father there. That's Mama Bear coming out right there.
Okay, well that makes sense too. Hey, did Nemesis leave us suddenly?
Must have phone call.
He might have had another phone call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been getting phone calls.
He's dropped out on us here. He's probably getting.
People are calling him, telling him happy birthday.
Yeah, that's
he is
cool.
His family, which is great.
I just hope he's here for the end when we can all wish him a happy birthday, because I don't think I've done that yet tonight. So
now they're trying to figure out why and here we are. Well, there we are. Welcome back, Nemesis.
He's back.
Hello.
Now they realize why is the graboids going after the woman and her daughter. They weren't making any noise. So they're realizing that what they're doing is they're studying the buildings.
Oh, the water tower is the weakest link, I guess, at this point, right?
Yes.
Well, I think that this is the weakest link at this point.
Well, yeah. Okay. I won't argue with that, but still, the water tower is
right,
like
Nestor.
wood, right? So.
Or Nestor.
Yeah, this guy's he's in trouble. This is why
he
I
also
never wanted to
hasn't
live in a
seemed too
trailer.
bright though, so.
Eh? What was that?
He doesn't. Oh, I just say he doesn't seem like he's too bright of an individual. Like he runs on and sits directly in the middle of a tire, like not even on the side of the tire, like in the center.
Right. Exactly. Right.
Yeah, well, I guess if you're
That's
living in a trailer like that, you maybe aren't the smartest guy in the world.
Nope.
I'm thinking so.
Nothing against people who live in trailers. I'm sure some people are brilliant, but this guy doesn't seem to be.
I have to say, for somebody living in a trailer, he's got a good set of teeth.
That's true.
So Nestor doesn't seem to be long for this world, and I can't show it on YouTube, but as we all know, that it grabs him and pulls him in and smacks him in half.
Ouch.
Now, so the irritating little boy is starting to realize that, hey, maybe shit's starting to get real.
I kind of really wanted to see that kid get eaten, actually.
We all did,
me too.
Especially Earl.
He's the Wesley of the movie.
He is,
oh my
right.
god!
That's a good one. Exactly, Gorilla. Perfect comment, man.
Now here's where we missed it. I think they already showed it, but we missed it in the slides. But the graboids disabled Bert's truck and they popped all the tires.
Oh crap!
Or maybe this is where they do it. Yeah, this is where they do it. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, here we go.
There it is. What sets off the alarm and slowly starts destroying the truck and popping the tires.
Those little suckers are getting real smart.
Real smart. They know that's their way out of there, right? And now they're realizing they still got to get to those mountains. And it looks like Earl has an idea. And they're talking about here that they're going to use the cat, the caterpillar or the tractor to pull them out using the trailer from the old semi with flat tires.
That was a
And this is
great
where the guys
idea.
really,
Now
it
here's the
was.
problem though. They say that there's no way it can lift 30 tons. It just pretty much halfway knocked down the convenience store with a cement slab underneath it. They burrowed
That's
right
a
through.
really good point.
They burrowed right through Bert's basement. I think it can lift up a bulldozer.
Well, the bulldozer, it may weigh 30 tons, but also it has no tires to pop. So that kind of helps too, I guess.
I think it could be just the weight. The weight of it, 30 tons is pretty heavy, so that might help.
And now that they're saying the tires are flat, it doesn't matter, it can pull anything.
I think
It'll
it's
just
30
roll on
tons
out of
is a
here.
lot more weight than a few cinder blocks in a wall, right?
I would say
Yeah, but
so.
what about the weight of convenience store?
Yeah, the convenience stores just got wooden floors, though.
No,
wooden
cement.
planks weigh
Yeah,
nothing.
cement.
Maybe
Yeah,
it did.
yeah, cement.
Maybe it when it did it when it right. Maybe when it hit the convenience store, maybe it did like one corner at a time.
Yeah,
So here's
well,
we
I
do the
don't know.
rock. Once again, we get the rock paper scissors, and it looks like Val's looking a little more apprehensive.
I like
And
the
Right,
here's
rock
where
because
she
paper
like
realized.
scissors.
when it because you mentioned the corner, because that's what it did to that lady's house. It like pushed the whole corner of the house up to just like test the weight of it.
Yes. Well, because think about it. First, it tries to go through the floors. Then it realizes that's not working. That's when it starts working on the foundation. And here's this guy comes with a great idea. How about Walter's tractor? Let those things follow him all over. They like that noise. It's a great idea. And just as another attack, we have. So it looks like they're running out of time. They better do something quick. So they decide to go with Miguel's plan. And there's Miguel there starting up the tractor and tying down the throttle and the steering wheel, which is a good idea. And just in time because it looks like that mother and her daughter's house is under attack. So here for them two are trying to decide who's going to go for the caterpillar.
Now here's a question: why would they have a lawnmower out in the middle of a desert with no grass?
Rental equipment.
Yeah, who would you rent it to?
Yeah,
I don't know. Did the mother's house? Did she have a grass? I didn't notice. Maybe not.
Does some rich person, like maybe a couple miles away, have this luxurious estate where they have actually afforded to have lawn installed?
well then if they can
Well, I,
afford a
I was
nice
thinking, is
lawn,
it?
well
Well,
if
I
they
was
can
thinking, is
afford
it a
a nice,
lawnmower or is it a lawnmower or a little tractor? Because if it's a tractor, you can use it to pull things and
there's
dig
a
and
lawnmower.
plow.
There's a
Gotcha.
lawnmower.
It
Yeah,
seems
but
very weird. Yeah,
yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah,
yeah,
it
but
seems weird.
PvP if they can afford a luxurious yard in the middle of a desert in the middle of nowhere and keep it watered and all that, they can afford $100 lawnmower.
Oh, they don't. Not only can afford probably a $5,000 lawnmower that their gardener can ride around on once a week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't make any sense, really. That's a great point, Gorilla.
And check out my Twitter,
Every
guys. I
movie has its
posted.
little inconsistencies, though, I guess.
Yes, and I posted a video yesterday on Twitter of a dog riding a lawnmower as it's cutting the lawn. So if you
Oh,
guys get a
jeez. Is
chance to
that
check
like the
out that video,
cat
it's
that
pretty
plays the
cool.
piano?
Well, the cat that plays the piano, obviously somebody's propping up the arms, but this is somebody across the street looking at a riding lawnmower, and the dog is at the wheel, and the dog is staring at the people who is staring at it. It's extremely hilarious,
That
and
is
it's real.
crazy.
Yeah, it's not like the
I,
cat.
I hope
All
I
right,
hope, I hope the dog didn't run anything over.
all right, let's catch up on chat real quick. Skogley says,
Thank you, Gorilla.
genuinely a fantastic song. Yes, it is. Reba had her own sitcom and it ran for 6 seasons, said Lemon. Nemesis said, her
Yep.
sitcom, oh, okay, their sitcom was good. It's certainly better than a lot out there.
It was really good,
Yeah.
solid.
Oh, okay. Our nightmare's getting worse here. Hungry says Autotune is shaky cam filming Amy Schumer's backside. That's a horror movie. Well, her
I,
backside's not too bad.
I think I might have to put one of those vomit
No.
things in the chat soon.
Hey,
Right.
hey,
Who's worse, her or Melissa McCarthy? It's
hey,
hard to tell, right?
I
hey,
can't
I will
stand either
say
one of
this:
them, really.
Amy Schumer's backside's not that bad. It's when she opens her mouth the problem.
How can you tell the difference?
Yeah, is there any difference?
All
Right.
right, Captain Kennedy says Nemesis is back, and Nemesis says, "I'm back." Yes, the corner with a general store would be about 5 to 10 tons. So,
Okay, that makes sense.
yeah, Canadian Spider-Man says, "Not really. Bursting through a cement wall or building isn't the same as lifting dead weight."
Well, the thing
It's
is, too,
true.
True.
That's a
the
good
thing is,
point.
too, a building's going to be on foundation, so maybe if you hit it at the right angle, it might be easier to shift than lifting a dead weight item. Just a
Well,
random thought.
that's a good no. That's a good point, PvP. Because like if you think back to the shot of where the lady's house is, it's literally being that one corner is set up on cinder blocks. If it had like whacked its head over a little bit, it could have like collapsed that corner of the house.
Yeah, that's what my thought, right? Like, I think a 30-ton dead weight is maybe going to be a little tougher to move than just impacting a corner of a house on cinder blocks. Exactly.
Oh, and it's not only just 30 tons because the cat itself is 30 tons, but then they're hooking up the trailer to it as well, which is like
Yeah.
a semi trailer with flat tires that they're literally tanking through the desert.
Yeah, and a semi trailer is pretty heavy, so
And that's an added weight too. So,
it seems
and I don't,
plausible to me.
All right. Canadian
Oh,
Spider-Man says, "Flocksword, hello to ya, eh?" And Ploxford says, "Hail, Canadian Spider-Man. Here is Sean Carter's channel. Nemesis says, I think the graboids can't lift the cat due to the fact that they built a hole for it to fall in. That being said, two graboids working together might be able to lift it." And Nemesis says, especially
Absolutely.
if they grip it by the husk.
Right. All this talk that we're doing about talking about how dead weight and how heavy it is, it still doesn't stop the graboids because they
All right.
still are smarter than that even.
All right. I'm sorry, Pop Culture, but I got to log off for the night. It's almost midnight. It's been a lot of fun, though.
I know. Thank you, Gorilla, and get a good
But,
night's sleep. I appreciate you helping me out tonight.
I will want to say this movie. This is one of the few horror movies I'll give an A+ to, and this is they've had a little bit of blood in this, which I can handle. I can handle the little bit of gore that they had in this movie, But the movie screams America. This is the movie. There, got the awesome Burt's gun collection. There, you got genuinely cheering creatures. There,
Reba McEntire.
And what I think could have been really cool if they explained this goes, "Hey, this used to be all nuclear testing out here." Then just put or at least put that line in there. Then you could put like 2 to 2 together for yourselves, and think, "Oh, this is our own doing. We fucked up." Well, actually, we don't learn
Right.
from our fucking mistakes, but that's a whole different song.
that
Yeah,
is
you're right
kind of a
about
nice
that.
subplot, though, isn't it, Girl? In a lot of horror movies where it's humanity that's kind of screwed up and done this crap to themselves at some past point, and now it's coming back to haunt them and bite them in the butt.
Like Godzilla.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or like nuclear, all those nuclear, horror
Them.
films of the '50s with giant spiders or whatnot.
Right. All right, and then I gotta
All right,
put in
Gorilla.
there. I do love how the solution to this movie here, especially they keep having to come up with new ways to get the last 3 or 4, or how many of them there was.
Yeah, they didn't
All right,
just pick them off.
yeah, but
Yeah.
they were learning as the graboids were learning as they went.
Yes. Thank you, Gorilla.
Yeah.
Thank you for helping me with the chat tonight.
yeah,
Yeah, thanks
dude, thanks.
thanks, girl. I'm so glad you were here. I really always enjoy chatting with you, man.
Yeah, not a problem. So
Yeah, thank you so much, Gorilla Man. I really appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you for everything. You go
Yeah,
to
have a
get some
good night
sleep,
there, man.
buddy.
Yeah, well, and if anybody's interested, we're starting a new show tomorrow for a watch party. So, end of the fucking
Very
world.
cool.
So,
Okay, check
and
Okay.
yes,
check
that's
out
the actual
Gorillas
name of
Random
it.
Thoughts, guys.
Night, man.
But,
Check
and
out
yes, that's
Gorillas
the
Random Thoughts channel.
yeah, and yes, that's the actual name of the show. All right, night, everybody.
Night, night.
Night,
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 bud.
Gorilla. Thank
Sleep
you.
well.
Night. I'll be listening though.
Cool. And Hungry says night, Gorilla. And later Gorilla says Block Sword in the chat. And Sean says, hey, all slight correction. The model channel is here. There's a link to everybody check it out. Sean's got a fantastic channel. And Sean says, thank you for the chance to plug it. And Sean says, oh my God, didn't click that. Ha ha ha. It's a Lone Brow commercial. Wow, it's an old brand. Lemon Pie says, good night, Gorilla. And Sean Carter drops a link there. So obviously, like I said, everybody, please check it out. He's a fantastic model builder. So yeah, a lot of interesting things to check out there. So here's what we have: the truck, lawnmower does not make it very far; it turns over. So we have Val is deciding he stops, and he's surrounded by the snakes, and they realize they need to make some noise and make a distraction to give Val a chance to make it to the tractor.
Oh boy.
And good idea. She decides to put the water pipe, which happens to have uh, apparently a joint there that she's a weak joint that she's able to kick.
Yes, held together with
And
the classic rag.
right, the classic
And I
rag.
like that. I like the fact that one of them they're all yelling and screaming, but somebody called him a snakeoid instead of a graboid, and it's very
Oh, what a
charming.
shame. Poor Walter, all that work he did to come up with that name.
They are kind of a combination, though, aren't they? Like they do have the snakes coming out of their mouths, so it is kind of a
Yeah.
very weird creature, which makes it even more terrifying, really.
Yeah.
And the distraction worked because unfortunately the snakes came to the noise, but unfortunately they're also taking down the water tower where they're at it. So just in time we
That's
have
one thing,
Val.
though. It's like they are
Go ahead.
figuring out they can counteract by making noise when they want to distract them and pull them away from something, right? So we are learning as well as the graboids.
Exactly.
We are. Yeah. It's a constant battle back and forth between who's going to win.
Battle
And
of
like,
wits.
because they
How do we
realize that,
Yep.
that, that it's going to be like Buddy up in the radio tower who's going to just like die of dehydration. They're either the buildings are going to get destroyed, they're all going to die, or they're going to wait because the graboids apparently have like the whole desert. One of them can screw off, and like while the other one just patrols around and maintains fear and havoc until the people die.
Exactly. And it looks like Bert and his wife are having to be making uh, pipe bombs. You know, it's good they can
This
always
is
keep that kind
great.
of material around the house.
I love
That's
this.
right.
I love this.
That's,
Right,
This was a
that's
great part of the film. Now
a
that I
few
Yeah,
can,
they're
now
really
that I
kicking
can
up a good
go
chemicals
and
notch.
in
stuff,
proper proportion.
don't make pipe bombs, kids.
Yeah, no.
No.
Actually, here in my city, they actually found a pipe bomb like 2 months ago that somebody had planted out of a hamburger chain, which is kind of scary.
Yeah,
No
that is
shit.
definitely not good.
Well, they actually had to call the bomb squad in from Vancouver. Took them 6 hours to get here, but they did defuse it safely with nobody getting harmed. So, but yeah, there's some weird stuff going on.
When I was a teacher, I found what looked like a pipe bomb on the student playground. And I
Okay,
remember because I went back to the office. The first thing I did is, and the first thing they did is put the school on lockdown and told the kids to stay in the class.
good
Call the
plan.
police, and these two cops come out and they start laughing at me. Are you dumb? Can't you tell it's not a pipe bomb? I'm like, I don't know, but I'm not going to take chances with these kids around here.
They should have thanked you.
But it upset me the way they
You're
talked
roboting.
to me, and
You're roboting, Pop.
Roboting hard, sir.
Yeah, a little bit there
something.
for sure.
I wonder what that noise is. Yeah, what was that
I know
noise?
your
I
mic does
apologize
that
about
every
that.
once in a while, it seems.
Yeah, and I'm using Ethernet, so it shouldn't be a drop in signal, but it's got because there's nothing else.
They should have thanked you for being a good citizen, though, not laughed at you. That kind of sucks, man.
I know. And especially being in elementary school, you can't take chances with crap like that. And I'm not a bomb
Well, yeah,
expert.
you got to. You did absolutely the right thing protecting the safety of those kids. Like, if it had been a real pipe bomb, people might have died, right? So they should have,
Yeah.
like, thanked you, immensely for being a good citizen and reporting it.
I guess they were used to seeing bombs every day, and I wasn't. That wasn't my
I don't know.
expertise. I'll put it that way.
Even if somebody's a cop, I just don't like it when people are cynical like that, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know, I know.
Yeah.
And here's where
Anyway,
Bert's lamenting the loss of their house. All that food, stored 5 years worth of food, 1,000 gallons of gas, air filtration, water filtration, Geiger counter,
he has a whole survival package there.
and of all things, underground goddamn monsters. Not what he was expecting. That looks like salt flats.
It sure does.
I gotta say, I wanted to mention earlier, but I didn't want to, talk too much during the stream here. But the location shooting is phenomenal. Like, there's so much great scenery in this film.
Yes, great cinematography. It's great because it steps back and lets you enjoy it. I really like that.
But it's not just the cinematography; it's like the actual landscapes around. A lot of shots are just, I find, are just awesomely cool.
Well, and if you go
Yeah, for
back to
sure.
music, actually, the music is outstanding. It kind of whenever they show those scenic shots, it reminds me of the old westerns. It kind of has a western style music. There's a lot of influence of that kind of music in this movie.
I do like old country myself, actually.
And here's where they realize that the tractor has come under attack and fell into a hole and even knocked Bert to the ground. But he's okay. But it did break his glasses. But of course, he gets up inside there with everybody. So this is their last stand. And of course, he tells his wife he's okay. And they dug a trap. And of course, the graboids are trying to figure out what's going on. And they hand an Uzi to Val. By the way, the Uzis are very bad aim. They put off a lot of bullets, but it's hard to actually hit a direct target, or at least what you're aiming at. So they start passing out the guns. So two of them look. So this is where they realize, yeah, they still got a lot of work on their hands. They're coming back. And now they realize just like earlier, they need to make a run for the rocks. But that's a long way. You have any more of those bombs? Of course. It's Bert. Well, what if we throw one that way? That way we'll another distraction. So perfect idea. And we run like goddamn bastards. Pardon my
Well,
French.
not only that, it's not only a distraction, it hurts them. The sound physically hurts them. They have to run away from it. So they're like, we want to run
Right.
that way. We're going to throw one the way we want to go.
And it's the concussion.
Yes, exactly.
Here's where, in fact, that's what she says. I don't think it scares them, but it hurts them. They're so sensitive to sound, they got to run. That makes sense. Of course, she got my vote. And I love this scene here. And here's where he's scared and he doesn't want to run. And Bert hands him this big old gun here. You can't outrun them, no way. Yo, Melvin. Look at that look on his face. That's a confidence booster if I've ever seen it.
Smart. Very smart. Even smarter to hand him an unloaded gun, too.
Yeah, exactly, which makes sense for all those gun freaks out there. Yeah, they did not hand a loaded gun to a kid. Ammo boxes. I mean, they're talking about being prepared. Look how confident he is, and this is where he starts shooting the gun, realizing that it's unarmed. And it's in hot pursuit. And just like earlier, they make it just in time up onto the rocks. And the kid is not happy. Bert, you asshole! There's no bullets in this gun. Got you moving, didn't it?
Got you moving, didn't it? That's a smart commander.
Yep. The kid wouldn't have hit anything anyway. He didn't know what he's doing with a gun that size.
Oh fuck! It would have blown right out of his hand.
It would have or knocked him over.
Yeah.
Here they are once again. The graboids are playing with them, surrounding the rocks. And they're trying to figure out what to do from this point. They've got these explosives, but they know they don't have a lot of them. And that's when Earl says they're not going to get off that rock. And Val says we're not going to pole vault. And this is where she comes up with the name. I can't believe I can't remember her character name. It's like you're giving up or something. We'll just wait there until we're dead. That's exactly what they do, she says. Wait, he says. And of course, he's still mad about leaving their house thinking they would have survived. And we all know they would not have at some point. But they don't realize it yet. So, but it kind of shows some three-dimensional character development that they're not just going along with everything because they were told to. And they're about ready to get upset and have a fight, but no. And he's right. Bells could lift them on the roof. Now's not the time for that. If those graboids don't kill him, I will. What? They'd have torn your place out from under you in half an hour. He's right. And of course, she's just calming down her husband and agreeing with him. Just let it go. Let it go. Forget about it. And time passes. And of course, he says, if it comes to starvation, I know what I'm doing. Take one of those, walk right over there with the fuse lit, and let them take me down like a man. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's right. They die of dehydration or the elements before they died of starvation.
Yes.
Unless they're going to like
I would
each
do the
other's
same.
tea, which would probably be gross.
Well, no thanks. Yeah. Well, you could drink your own if you have a way of. With what container? I guess you'd have to. Yeah, you're right. Have to be each other's. Take turns. That's nasty.
You do what you got to do to survive. Start eating the bodies.
That's right. Well, I'll start with the ladies. You can have the guys. I'm just kidding.
It'd be more tender, I guess.
There's a joke there somewhere, but I definitely will avoid making it.
Probably for the
best.
Oh,
just kidding
man.
there.
Oh, that's funny.
Here's where they realize they can use the explosives. I like this where he asked Bert what kind of fuse this is, and he says cannon fuse, and then what would you have that for? And he's my cannon. Too bad he didn't bring it with him.
Yeah, this kind of saves their bacon, doesn't it, with these little pipe bomb thingies?
Absolutely. And here's where he does the lasso thing and tosses it out there like bait. Basically like fishing. And it takes it. And boom. Oh. Excellent. And he's excited. And that's where they get bombarded by all the bits and pieces of the dead monster, which looks like pumpkin.
Ouch.
Yeah, with pumpkin
really
pie, squash, nylon garters, and a balloon animal.
Couple
right
condoms. Right.
Yeah.
A balloon animal made out of condoms.
This was really gross, though. When I saw this watching it a few weeks ago, I was like, yuck, that's disgusting. But very convincing. Very convincing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I might not eat
detail.
pumpkin pie in October.
Oh, you'll just imagine that you're eating a graboid.
That might not work, but oh well. They are
And
really
the last bit
gross.
alive is Stumpy.
Right, that's when they say, look who it is, and they recognize it's Stumpy out there.
Hey, there we go. About time. Payback.
He decides he's going to do the lasso routine. It looks like Stumpy takes the bait, and they all take cover. This, I think, is excellent. It's funny, but it also shows it really surprises you the intelligence of the beast.
Yeah, it's amazing. They're like, come on, where's
And
the
there it
fish?
is,
Oh no.
right? As right, it reminds me like the old the Coyote and Roadrunner cartoons. And where
Yeah,
does it land?
yeah.
And it lands right in the bag with all the other explosives. How nice!
Not good. Not good.
So everybody runs. And see, that's very smart because that forces them to get off that rock. Because their options are definitely running out at this point. Now they're very desperate. And of course, Bert's laughing because he's still on the rock, and he says, "What are you guys doing out there?" And that's when they realize they're surrounded. And here's where, of course, once again, she said they need to try to distract them. Come on, everybody. And they're at this point, they're standing totally still, and the graboid is looking for them or listening. And Bert tries to fire the gun a few times.
And Stumpy's not having any of it.
Stumpy's smarter than that now at this point. And Stumpy, now here's where Stumpy is tricking them. Stumpy's letting them believe that he left, or it. And Val even realizes, wait a minute. This one's not falling for it. He's right about that. Here's your bomb. What if we
Dude,
make it
it's
to the
like
rocks?
as a video gamer, I kind of this hits so close to home. They're like, dude, use the bomb, and it's like it's our last one though, and he's like, well, what are you? When else are you gonna use the bomb? Like, use it
Right.
now, and it's like,
Yeah, if we're both dead, you're not going to get to use it, right?
Right, exactly. And like Bert mentioned earlier, I'd rather go out in a blast than get eaten by one of those things.
I'm just glad Earl wasn't called Ernie, because if it had been Bert and Ernie, it would have been too much for me.
yeah, for sure.
Nice. But we have Val and Earl.
It's all good. Yeah, this was a bit of suspense here. Man, these now tell me, how did they do the effect? Did they have like guys buried underground, obviously pushing that thing up? Like that must have been intense.
A combination of everything.
Yeah.
But they ought to actually have dudes underground pushing this thing up. They had to bury them underground and be safe enough so they wouldn't suffocate. But I just find that incredible.
It is.
Oh yeah, there were points where they buried one of the dudes, and all he had was like an oxygen tank, and he was like operating one of the graboids. He's
They
just
must
like,
have. Yeah, that's kind of scary, actually. Man, I hope those guys got good pay that week for risking their lives. Like, wow.
There was
the things you do.
There are videos
right?
you can look it up on YouTube. Yeah, and there are some
That is
videos
so
on YouTube
cool.
that shows a little bit of behind the scenes making of.
Oh, okay, I'll have to check that out. But yeah, this is incredible.
Nemesis, that DVD set you have, does it have any behind the scenes making of specials on it?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at bonus materials right now. It's got outtakes, featurettes, theatrical trailers, trailer for Tremors 2.
So some of that stuff, I'm sure I'm sure some of that stuff had to make its way to YouTube.
Oh, for sure. There's
Here's where the
profiles
looks
on.
like
Yeah.
So here's where they are, and they headed towards the bluffs, and
stuff.
It does. It's that's one of all the bad things YouTube does. That's one good thing about it. It does have a few positive points.
Well, as much as I can criticize
space,
YouTube, there's so many millions of good things on here, like so many good videos. I have found it a great resource.
Well, it's not just the videos, but look at the community, all of us and all of us content creators. I would rather watch YouTube than anything on television right now.
I haven't put my TV on in like 2 years.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, it's not even. I don't even know if it's hooked up.
I should
So
actually
here's where
cancel
they
my
realize that they have
subscription.
nowhere to run. Well, I would only pay for internet. I wouldn't pay for any cable TV channels.
Yeah, I'm paying way too much. I got to cancel it.
So here they are struggling. The beast has bearings set for them, and it looks like they missed the explosion. Oh no! That's
Val,
the look
you
like oh shit on
fool!
your face.
Right?
Right. And those two basically, Rhonda and Earl jump to either side. So you have Val there in the center, and it looks like the beast is bearing down on him. And just as it gets up to him, he jumps out of the way. And we have this fantastic shot here. This is excellent.
Absolutely
Yeah, it is.
amazing. I can't, you know, I mean, I've said it before, but the practical effects in this film are some of the best I have ever seen in any film.
Oh, it's so
Absolutely.
juicy.
Well, especially where it leaves you wondering, like, how they do that, how they do that, how they do that. That's the way to do it.
I mean, just look at that still here with the hole they dug in the side of the hill. Like, I mean, that must have taken a few hours of work to dig that hole out of the side, right? Or the thing's
Maybe, I don't
supposed
I
know
to
if
be
don't
that is
meant
a
to.
know.
real hole.
I don't know necessarily if they were allowed to do that.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
that couldn't
guessing it
have been
might not be a real hole because they're probably not allowed because that's probably
CGI.
like, uh,
I was thinking a model.
Okay.
well, because a lot of times that, yeah, a lot of times that stuff is a lot of times it's off limits. You're not allowed to damage it because a lot of it's government owned property, like a national
Oh,
park or
right,
something. So I'm
right.
guessing it was probably a miniature using force
Huh.
focus.
Wow. Okay, I never thought of that.
And here's where Val says that he suddenly got the idea, like yeah, and Val's talking about like in the beginning of the movie where he was talking about a stampede. As we all know, that's how the Indians used to catch buffalo and kill them. They would run them off the mountain and they would let them fall and kill themselves, and then they go down there and just collect the meat.
Good point.
And we got our celebration. And he still got that elephant gun. And they got new
Well, I
tires.
wouldn't be letting go of that.
Oh yeah, same here. They've got new tires. It looks like they cleaned their clothes finally, so that's a good thing. And now it looks like they're finally going to head out of perfection. And by the way, this scene was reshot. I mean,
Yes,
we
it
could make
was.
some real money on this thing. We could get in People magazine. People, hell, National Geographic. Yeah, now he's talking.
Yeah,
So,
makes more sense.
look at that. Well, because it's funny because Val realizes he doesn't have muscles like Earl, so I thought that was funny.
They're trying to upstage each other. I love it.
Yes.
It's like, hey,
And,
I'm
and
the
of
main
course,
guy. No, you're the main guy. No, I'm the main guy.
and Val reaches in and grabs the pictures of what's her face and crumbles them up.
Well,
Of
reality's
course,
better than fantasy.
it is. Earl's just stalling, making it look like he's actually checking the engine. And there's nothing wrong with it, of course. But in the original shot, in the original ending for the test audience, apparently Val and Earl just get in the truck and leave perfection, and that's how the movie ended. The audience did not like that. The audience
Huh.
had to have the happy ending with
Gotta
him
have
getting
the
the
romance.
girl.
Gotta have the
Yeah, so they had to
romance.
go. They had to have that. So yeah,
I
they
do
had to go
like the
back and shoot
band-aid
this.
on the forehead there, though. That's a nice touch.
Well, yeah, because in the prior scene, he did have blood up there.
Exactly. So they
So
remembered to like, let's put the band-aid on.
it ties it together because that was just the day
Nice little
before.
touch.
And she's all eager and excited when he comes back to talk to her. And of course, he doesn't really know how to talk to her.
Oh, come on.
Intellectually, intellectually, I don't think that their conversations would go very far.
Actually, yeah, they probably wouldn't last long, would they? Really, when you think about it.
No, they would not. No, she's gonna
Yeah.
go in and marrying a smart man, a professor
She'd
or
be better
something.
off with Earl. Earl's smarter.
There's
Hey,
and there's
look at that face. Earl's hanging in the background. He's going, yeah, he's not going to last. She'll be mine someday.
right. That same look again with Earl. I love it.
I love that guy. He was he's my favorite character in the film because he's smart and he's funny, right?
He is. He is definitely excellent chemistry.
Oh, Cass is
And
great.
as a result, and of course, and there's our
Oh,
kiss.
there you go, but the big wet one right at the end. Wow.
Yep. And we get our closing credits.
Ending with a Reba song.
You know, I
Ending
gotta
with the
say,
previous song.
the ending of this is much more fun than in the Spider movie with Shatner.
Oh, well, yeah, you
Oh
could say
yeah,
that.
of course.
At least this one's a happy ending, right? Like, wow.
I like sometimes when the movie does not have a happy ending because that way it's not so predictable.
Sometimes, but I think in this case, actually was glad it had a happy ending because it just
Have any of
felt
you
right.
guys, have any of you guys seen the original ending for 1985's Little Shop of Horrors?
I've
No,
not seen that film.
I've never seen any of it. Yeah.
Ooh,
Actually, I've never
oh,
seen either one of those.
I'm
I
gonna
hate
cover
to
that
admit
then.
it.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna cover that because it's a fantastic movie. It's a musical, but it's an absolutely fantastic movie. And the original ending was 20 minutes long, and the audience didn't like it because everybody dies. So they had to go back and reshoot it, and the ending we get was like 3 minutes long, 2 minutes long, something like that. But now
That's weird.
the director Frank Oz released the original ending, so it's fantastic.
That's a hell of a difference.
It is. It was a lot of their budget too.
Well, if
It
you
was a
can
big
post a
climactic
link
part of
to
the
it,
movie.
or I can watch it somewhere, I'll be willing to take a look.
It should be on the same channels that I believe in pointing you to the
Okay.
Soap Today or whatever that is, or Movies 123. I'm sure you'll find it.
Okay. Yeah, I've had some mixed results because that one channel I got infected on Chrome with that damned
Well, did you
pop-up
install
thing.
that program? Yeah, did you install that program that we sent you the link to?
I did not get around to it yet because I've just been so busy and
Well,
I'm
then
so tired.
use that's okay. Use Brave. You won't have any problem.
I have been watching Brave. Actually, I wanted to mention, I don't know, maybe I should wait till after the stream ends. I will mention something coming up on Joe's Friday stream that I think we're going to have great fun with, but I don't want to
Okay.
post it, here, because I want to keep it with this movie.
Okay. And by the way, our good friend Jedi Bill had a relative who worked on this movie, part of the creature effects.
Awesome. Wow, that's something I'd like to hear some stories about.
So maybe we'll see her name here. I remember it had an odd name. I wonder if I'll
Because the
remember.
creature effects were my favorite part of the film, really.
Definitely. At least that's her. At least Romanoff. That's Jedi Bill. I think he said his aunt. I can't remember
Man,
exactly the
I would
relation,
love
but
if she would come on and you do it. Come on and do a be maybe on the panel and speak with us about that. That would be so cool.
well, there's a better
Yeah.
chance on Bill's channel. Bill's got like 3,000 subs,
No,
so there's a
any
chance
channel.
where he'd be the one.
If I knew, I would definitely tune in to take a look at that. That'd be cool.
I wish I could get Billy Mooney on my Lost in Space stream, but that'll never happen.
Oh man, you have you tried reaching out to any of the cast? Because I know Angela Cartwright's still alive as well.
Well, yeah. Him
Um,
and her are both very active on
they're
Facebook. I
still
have them
quite
both on my
they're
Facebook.
they're young enough to still they're still pretty healthy, and I think wow, you should try, man. You got nothing to lose, right?
Oh, I know, but they usually go for the bigger channels. But
Give them a
they're
shot.
still
Hey,
active, and they just both
how many of the
both.
bigger channels are dedicating every Monday night to worshipping Lost in Space? Tell me.
Yeah, I could always try. Let
It
me see if
doesn't
he
hurt
even
to
answers.
try. All
And
they can do is say no, right?
right, both of them did collaborate on a new book recently.
Can you
So
imagine
they're
how
still
awesome
working.
it
And
would be to have Billy Mooney and Angela Cartwright take a guest appearance on your panel? Can you imagine how
I know,
awesomely
right?
cool that would? I bet that would
God, I could
boost your
ask.
numbers like 1,000% too.
I'm sure it would. I could ask them questions forever. We wouldn't be, obviously, we wouldn't be watching an episode that night. It would just be focused around the panel.
I'd be willing to do just an episode just with them talking about their memories about Lost in Space because I mean that would be so cool. Because let's face it, uh, when you get a great show from the '60s, how many times are you going to get a chance to actually ask questions to the actors that were there, on the show
Exactly.
living it, right? So
Yep.
that'd be phenomenal. I'd say go for it.
Especially,
They must have Twitter or Facebook or something, right, where you can
I know they're
contact them.
on Facebook. I haven't looked on Twitter, but and not only that, but it'd be great too to have people in the chat able to ask questions.
And you know that everybody in the chat would be worshiping them and giving them lots of love, and I think it would be really a lot of fun.
I completely agree.
Can you imagine how
Eh,
excited Jill would be? She'd be like, "Whoa, talking to
yeah, that would be quite.
people
That would be
in
quite a
my favorite one of
surprise.
my favorite shows." Yeah, that'd be fun.
I want to
Anyway,
remind everybody. I want to remind everybody there is a poll in the chat. If you haven't voted, please consider doing so. Give us your grade for this movie and let us know what you think. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. It looks like we still have 8 people, if this is accurate. I hope you enjoyed yourself. If you did, please hit the like button. I'm going to go ahead and close the poll
I hit the
and show the
like, and
results.
yeah, there was 8 people on there a while ago actually, Pop, and I voted. I gave it an A plus. I love this film.
Well, I can't vote in my own polls, but I was going to give it an A plus because same here. I love it. It's absolutely fantastic.
It's
When
a
we end the
film that I
poll,
can't think of. There's nothing wrong with this film, right? It's just all good. One of those rare films where it's just all good.
it is. It's absolutely perfect. What grade would you
Agreed.
give Tremors? Oh, look at that.
I'm surprised some
73% say
people
A
gave
plus,
this
A
a
minus.
D plus to an F minus. That's disgusting.
That's so, yeah, I know. It's okay. I love the
I'm
honesty.
disappointed. Oh
So
well.
73% say A plus to A minus, 17% say B plus to B minus.
And a couple
And we have
people
a
just
split
didn't like the
4% from
film, and that's
C to
fine.
F minus, which is okay.
Hey, man, I'd rather have some
Or
like
maybe it was my
disagreements than
stream.
everyone
Or
just be
maybe
like, "This is the best." I can't. That gets so boring after a while.
Well, you got to
yeah,
think three
remember
quarters
now it
of the
could be
people voted
or it,
in the A category. So
well, right. Well, and like I said, they might have liked the movie better without me talking. So that could have been one of the down votes.
it was probably my
But
rambling
yeah, let's
tirades that pissed them off. I do that to some people, I
okay.
suppose. I
Okay,
try
so
not
first
to,
of
though.
all, oh no, you're fine, PvP. That's why I enjoy having you on here. So first of all, I'm going to say once again, happy birthday to our wonderful birthday boy, Nemesis of Eden. In his honor, it was his idea to show this movie tonight, which I'm greatly in your debt for because it was a fantastic recommendation. So thank you, Nemesis.
Oh, thank you so much for having me here, Pop. And it was fantastic. Like having everyone on the chat, having everyone on the panel. It was, it's just been fantastic. And the movie itself, once again, of course, A plus. Like it's been with me since childhood. Love it to bits. And I
You've
guess
got great
for,
taste.
oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I guess when it comes to my channel, I do gaming primarily. Right now, I'm doing a lot of Hitman 2. I'm doing some Resident Evil 2
Oh,
playthroughs.
nice.
Yeah, so if you're interested in that, please come check me out. Subscribe. I'd love to have you there. Stop by. I try and talk with anyone who shows up. If you're willing to put up with the screaming banshee that is the PlayStation 4.
That's totally fine. And I love your channel, everybody. I recommend Nemesis of Eden. Please check out his channel. You should find it in the stream. It should be popping up with my stream elements. So yeah, definitely he's an excellent, fantastic guy. He's very funny, and he's a great gamer too. In fact, like he said himself, he plays a variety of games, so it's not like you're going to tune in and see the same one every time. And thank you also, Nemesis, because I've been under the weather lately, and this stream is like the best medicine. This is the best I've felt in a long time. So thank you.
Oh, Pop, I'm really glad to hear that. I've been worried about you, man. Like it's
Thank you. I am slowly getting better. I've got my meds. So each day is getting better. I'm really happy. So I'm very lucky. And especially, I'm getting a lot of support from you guys. That really does mean a lot to me. PvP, what's your grade for this movie? And tell us about your channel.
Oh, totally A plus. Unlike Nemesis, this is not a childhood memory at all because I only saw it like, well, I was thinking you were going to be on a week ago, and then of course you
Right.
couldn't be. So I watched it like 2 weeks ago for the very first time ever, and I
For the
totally
right for the
loved
first
it.
time.
I thought Kevin Bacon was. I'm not a big Bacon fan like you, but I thought he was perfect in this film,
like
and
me.
the entire cast was great, though, weren't they? And it was the script, the writing, the screenplay, the direction, the camera work, the cool physical effect monsters. It was just the whole damn thing was. I couldn't think. I was like thinking, okay, for a $10 million movie, which I looked it up by the way, I don't think they can make a better film than what they
Nope.
did. So it's an A+ for me all the way.
And aren't you kind of kicking yourself because you hadn't seen it sooner?
Well, I kind of have. I'm one of those people that has a playlist probably long enough where I'd have to live another 150 years to watch it all,
Well,
which I won't. But you know what? You know what's really sad? Think about this, guys. If a baby was born this year with all the very cool stuff from like the last century that you could watch, they don't have a prayer to ever watch it all, do they?
no,
No.
and that's if you can keep them away from the modern day stuff.
Yeah, but if they're smart enough, like thing was when I was a little kid in the 60s, I gravitated towards the older stuff for some weird reason. And that was back when my TV was black and white. My parents had a black and white TV. But I remember, if movies had come on were like the old musicals of like Fred Astaire or Gene Kelly, I'd be fascinated by
Uh-huh.
that stuff because they were so good, right? And so I grew up in a lot of that Harryhausen films, all the stuff that was on the TV back then. So yeah, it was cool. Anyway, I'm motor mouthing again, which I'm terrible at. I feel bad. I
Oh,
do
you're
that all
fine.
the time. Anyway, I will cut it short. I will just say my music channel. Basically, my channel is music right now. Music playlists, music videos. I'm always trying to add something every week, even though I might not as much now because I'm working 4 days a week now, and I'll probably be up to 4.5 days in a couple weeks. So I'm probably going to be, too tired to add a lot of stuff in the next while, but I'll try to add a little bit of something every week.
And we're gonna get you on a live stream eventually, host with you as the host for your channel.
I hope so. I hope so.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to it. Sean Carter says, "Sorry, Pop, I posted a link to a Lowbrow commercial instead. That's totally fine. I used to actually like Lowbrow. I used to drink it before I was 21." Nemesis Bean says, "Check out Gorilla's channel." Thank you, Nemesis. Gorilla says, "I ain't paying that water bill. I'll tell you that." And of
Oh,
course, Gorilla is now he's probably saw in the logs. He's probably asleep by now at this point, hopefully. Gorilla said they should have stole the line from Top Gun 2 and said just a little recipe my daddy cooked up. I didn't see that. Nemesis of Eden says, I do like the line they used, a few household chemicals in the proper proportions. I don't think it's legal to keep those type of chemicals around your house. That maybe,
you
who
probably
knows what
can't
kind
even
of
buy those up here, I bet.
right? Who knows what kind of job he had? Maybe he had license for that. Scogly says, truly is amazing. The horrific thing you can cook up with a few household chemicals. Scogly says, knowledge is power. Absolutely. Gorilla says, I would have ran for the
100%.
mountains instead of the rocks. Well, they were trying to get to the mountains. And Scogly says, Heather Gummer. And Scogly's laughing. And Screwstream Hots, Stream Elements. Gorilla's Roundabout says, son of a bitch, looks like I won't be sleeping. Got hail coming in. Oh, wow. Gorilla,
Uh
drive safe tomorrow. Lemon Pie Hail Dong. And Ploxor in the chat says, Graboid creature was underground with hydraulics or similar lift. Ground was a layer of styrofoam sheet with a layer of soil. Very cool. Thank you,
oh,
Ploxor.
hydraulics. That'd be much safer then, of course.
Yeah, and that way it's all remote control.
Yeah. Oh,
Ploxer
that
could
that
have
makes
been a
sense.
Ploxer says it could have been a scale model. Captain Affinity says with probing tongues. Oh yeah, you never know. Watch out for those tongues. And it looks like Ploxer has also seen the alternate ending of Little Shop of Horrors. Yes.
Yeah, I've never seen that movie. I feel bad, but I never have.
Yes, Audrey 2 gets the last laugh, literally. But I'm glad you have not seen it. We'll cover it on our channel here soon. Everybody will love it. Lemon Pie, in fact, it's my favorite Rick Moranis movie. I'll put it that way.
It's always a movie I wanted to watch, but it's like one of those, 100 films I never have gotten around to. So,
Oh man, I had the soundtrack, I had the cassette tape, I had the CD.
you
Lemon
must
Pie
have
says,
liked it.
it's a fantastic soundtrack. My two favorite musical soundtracks were Rocky Horror and The Little Shop of Horrors. Lemon
Rocky
Pie
Horror
says,
is pretty awesome.
it is. Lemon Pie says, thanks, Pop. My pleasure, Lemon Pie. Most of all, for you being here. And Lemon Pie says, happy birthday, Nemesis. Lemon Pie
Oh,
drops a
thanks,
link to
man.
Nemesis. Yeah, there's a link to Nemesis of Eden channel, everybody. Please check out. check out his channel. And Lemon Pie says, there it is, Nemesis' channel. And Sean Carter says, I just passed 150 subs today. Congratulations, Sean. You need
Nice.
to have a, yeah, we need to have a celebratory stream, Sean.
Yeah, you should do a live stream, man.
And my birthday's coming up
Congrats.
soon, so I need to figure out what I'm going to cover for that too, I guess.
When's your
It's
birthday?
May 1st, which falls on a Monday,
You're 2 weeks exactly ahead of me.
2 weeks ahead of you. So I guess we're both Tauruses.
Yep, I'm May 15th.
But I was just, who was it I was talking with last night? We were talking about a really good horror movie. I don't know what made it pop up, and it's terrible because I don't write these down. But it's something that I thought I'd like to show to the channel, but now I don't remember. So maybe
Oh,
I'll
were
go.
you talking to me about Race with the Devil?
That may have been it.
With the Peter Fonda movie?
Peter Fonda, yeah, and
I think
Warren
I'm going to
Oates.
mention that last night, actually, after we ended our Lost in Space discussion, because I
Yep,
think you
that
brought
was a
it up
great
at one
movie.
point. Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
a
try to come
really.
up with
Oh yeah, you mentioned Warren Oates because Warren Oates is in the next Lost in Space next week, right?
exactly. Yes,
And you said Warren Oates was in Race with the Devil with Peter Fonda. I remember you saying that.
but if I had a choice, if I get to pick a movie for my birthday, like Nemesis did for his, I think I'm gonna pick Little Shop of Horrors. I think that'll be a good
No,
one.
I'd say Race with the Devil is a good film, but it's not essential. Like you can put that one off a few months. It's not a big deal
Yes,
for me.
right, and I want something along the scale like what we watched tonight. A big crowd pleaser with a fast moving plot that everybody will enjoy. And for those people who have not seen it, it'll be something really good to introduce to you guys, and especially showing the original alternate ending. I think, yeah,
That'd
if
be
that's okay
great.
with you guys, yeah, I
Oh,
will put a poll in the chat and let you guys in the community tab, and I will let you guys vote. If you don't want to see it, that's fine too, because I'm
I'll
not going
go
to
No,
for
no,
force
it
it
no,
because
on you.
pops.
I've never seen it,
It's
so I
it's
would
your
go for the
birthday.
alternate.
Have you seen it,
It's
Nemesis?
it's I haven't, but it's your birthday, dude. You get to pick
Oh,
what movie you want to watch. That's the whole point of it, right? Like everyone gets to vote on movies most of the other times. This is your movie. This is your choice. It's your birthday.
well, and I'll do the same for all you guys listening. When your birthdays come up, let me know, and I'll let you pop in a movie there because I think that's excellent because everybody here has wonderful taste.
My
And we've had,
birthday's on Monday, but if you could do it on the horror night Tuesday on the 16th, I would think of something to pick.
absolutely.
Go on, yeah,
So
pick something PvP.
yeah, that can give you a couple of weeks to think about it.
Gosh, I never think about it. One series of films I would love. I think something you haven't covered a lot yet are Vincent Price's films.
Nice.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like earlier today. I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool to do the two Dr. Phibes movies?
Oh, those are great movies. Cheesy but very fun.
Oh, they're so much fun, and Vincent is so excellent in those. Let's face it.
They
And
are. I don't know how. If we see the first one, I don't know how long it would take me to get around to the second one. Like
there's
Tremors here,
no
I would love
rush,
to show the
right?
second one, but yeah, like Tremors, I'll have to show the second one. But I don't want to wait too long because I want to do it while still fresh in everyone's mind.
I'm just thinking, the way that Fibes kills people are so much fun in those. They're kind of it's kind of it's horrific and hilarious, right? So Vincent was always fun in his films, though.
Never a disappointment. I loved
You know,
Vincent Price.
but if Fibes doesn't appeal, how about the Roger Corman films with Vincent Price?
Well, that'll be up to you if it's your birthday. So we'll let you
Yeah,
choose.
Yeah,
You got a
man.
little while to think about
because
it.
he did all those. Oh, geez, who's the author I'm thinking of? Oh, I'm in a brain cramp.
Well, Richard Matheson
Just
wrote the
give it some
screenplay, but they
thought.
were based on Poe.
Poe, those are the ones. Yeah, he did like 7 of the Poe films, and I've seen all of them, and I think most of them are pretty much really
The
must-watch films. So, yeah, I was think one of those might be. But he's man, I know you would never do a series because that's too many in a row, but maybe if you did one every like 2 or 3 months, that might be kind of fun.
Well, we could try it. I'll let people vote and see what they decide.
Yeah, I have already the one in my mind that I would pick, but I won't give it away because I don't want to spoil it. So
Okay. All right. Well, I think I got all the chats. I hope I did, which is usually my great essential. Wait a second here. Blockstrom says you'll be a dentist. Exactly right. Good old Steve Martin. In fact, it's also my favorite Steve Martin movie. Sean Carter says Little Shop of Horrors is a great pick, and you do you for your birthday. Thank you, Sean. I think you guys will enjoy it. Especially, I'm excited now knowing you guys have not seen it. And Hungry Boy loves Dr. Fives, and I agree with Hungry Boy. He's got a fantastic taste. And Little Shop, yes, that'd be great. Hungry Boy, if you could join us for those movies, it'd be wonderful. Have you here, maybe even on the panel, would be better. Blockster says Dr. Fives is an excellent choice. I completely agree. Hungry Boy says Edgar Allan Poe. You can't go wrong with Edgar Allan Poe. Blockster says Pit and the Pendulum, Telltale Heart, quoth the Raven. So yeah, we got plenty in that well to delve through. So I'm excited.
Oh, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah,
But I think people kind of Vincent Price is one of my favorite actors of all time. I just don't think of him as a horror actor. I just think him as an excellent actor.
well, he's kind of like melodramatic.
But in a good way, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not insulting him.
Yeah, but there was something about Vincent. He always kind of, even when he had substandard material to work with, he would always elevate it to a much higher level.
Uh-huh.
And but I don't think in the Roger Corman films he needed to do that, because I think Roger Corman actually really did a very good job on most of those films. Like, Roger Corman's so legendary, though, right? I mean, this is a guy
He's
that
still
worked with, like,
alive. By the way, he's still alive.
yes, he's like what, 96 or something
Yeah,
now. It's
really old.
crazy.
It's incredible. I love him.
I love Roger Corman because he would take minuscule budgets. Like, I couldn't even go on a holiday now to Europe for the budgets he made films with, right?
Yep. And he
It's
never lost a
nuts.
dime. According to him, he
It's
never lost a
nuts.
dime.
Yes, and he always made money because he was so smart.
Very
And
frugal.
Hey boys,
I think his Vincent Price films are fantastic.
Yep.
My phone's dying. I'm gonna have to
Oh
call it
shit.
quits here.
Yeah, and I'm
Oh,
hoping to eat
okay.
dinner. I made some pasta sauce, but I'm gonna boil
Yeah, I
some
need to
noodles.
go too. I got stuff to do in the next couple hours before bedtime. So, hey,
Dr.
Nemesis,
Goldfoot and the
happy
bikini
birthday.
machine. Yeah, happy birthday once again,
I wanted to
Nemesis.
wish you a happy birthday all night, and I probably never got around to it because I'm an idiot. But
Oh no, no worries, PvP. Thank you so much, and thank you
And
very
thank
much,
you.
Pop, for
it was
Yeah,
fun tonight.
my pleasure, and thank you, Nemesis, for the wonderful choice. It was a blast. It was so
Yeah,
great.
it was a great film. I love this film.
Yeah,
yeah. This was amazing. Thank you so much, you guys.
and thank you,
You're more than
Plocksword and
welcome,
Hungry
man.
Boy and everybody else in the chat. Yeah, Dr.
Yes,
Goldfoot
thank you.
and the bikini machine. Hungry Boy knows what I'm talking about.
I don't think Vincent was hammy at all.
Oh no, in
Sometimes.
fact,
Everyone who stopped by, thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. PvP Pops, thank you so much. I gotta go. Have a
Okay, night,
wonderful.
okay.
Nemesis. Have a
Good
good night,
night.
man. We'll see you soon.
Happy
Sounds
birthday.
good, guys.
Oh,
Thank you
Night.
so much.
all right. Okay, so thank you everybody in the chat, and especially thank you for PvP for being patient with me and joining me on the chat to help give us things to talk about. So I really
Oh, thank you
appreciate
for
it.
being patient with me. I know I motor mouth badly at times, and I can be
You're okay.
stupid that way.
I love having you on the panel.
Oh, thank you, man.
All right, so tomorrow night, everybody catch me on Gilligan's Island stream with Gorillas. Random Thoughts. That should be about 7 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. And we'll try to figure out what we have Lost in Space on Monday, and then we'll try to figure out what horror movie we're going to do in the meantime. Give me a couple days to come up with some titles to let you guys vote on. But until then, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart to everybody in the chat for being here, and especially you, PvP. And
Oh, thank you.
everybody, my
Honored to
pleasure.
be here.
Thank you, and have a great night, everybody. Get some good sleep and drive safe if you're driving tomorrow and heading to work. And peace out.